We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Hello and welcome to News Update on Souqnews Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. In the news this morning, the federal government will launch a comprehensive national intellectual property policy this July aimed at safeguarding Nigeria's creative and innovation-driven sectors. The policy will address rampant issues of piracy, streamline licensing regulations, and enhance the protection of copyright and patents for Nigerian artists, tech developers, and inventors. It is also expected to improve investor confidence and push Nigeria's intellectual products onto the global stage. Officials say the initiative is in response to years of lobbying from industry stakeholders in music, film, and technology who have consistently decried losses due to weak enforcement and outdated frameworks. By aligning with international standards, the policy hopes to increase the value of local intellectual assets and open doors for cross-border commercial partnerships. And now the federal government has fixed July 23rd and 24th, 2025 for a national forum to address rising concerns over petrol pricing and supply. The meeting, organized by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, will involve marketers, refiners, and government officials to discuss price stability and crude oil availability. Industry leaders have raised concerns over sudden price changes and lack of transparency, especially with Dangote refineries' price decisions. The authority confirmed that Nigeria has 10 refineries needing over 1 million barrels of crude daily, and warned that feedstock shortages may affect supply as new refineries begin operations by 2026. In Lagos State, government have temporarily suspended bus rapid transit BRT lane enforcement on Eko Bridge and Odo Yalaro due to ongoing constructional repairs. The move allows private vehicles to use the designated BRT corridors to ease mounting traffic congestion, especially during peak hours. The decision comes as gridlock worsened on key areas routes in and out of the island. Authorities say the suspension is a short-term traffic relief measures and does not affect BRT operations elsewhere in the state. Road users are urged to obey traffic rules and cooperate with last-mile officials to ensure safety and flow during the repair period. And away from that, South Korea is liberalizing its currency market in a bid to attract more foreign capital and move closer to achieving developed market status. Starting this month, foreign investors will be allowed to trade the Korean won more freely during extended hours and with reduced regulatory hurdles. The reform is part of Seoul's long-term strategy to boost liquidity and global trust in its financial markets. The move follows years of call from global banks and institutions seeking better access and transparency in the Korean market. Financial officials believe the policy shift could position South Korea alongside other major financial hubs, potentially increasing capital inflows and economic resilience. And lastly, we'll bring you the latest sport updates. Nigeria football community is mourning the death of iconic goalkeeper Peter Rufai, who passed away at the age of 61 in Lagos. Fondly remembered as Dodo Mayana, Rufai starred for the Super Eagles in 2 FIFA World Cup tournaments and played a key role in Nigeria's historic 1994 Africa Cup of Nations victory. Tributes have poured in from former teammates, football officials, and fans, celebrating his legacy both on and off the pitch. Beyond his athletic achievements, Rufai was also a mentor to young goalkeepers and remained active in sports development initiative until his passing. And that's the news update this morning. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souqnews Television. Just Africa comes up after this time. I am Grace Komolafe. Have a good morning.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time.
I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of self-delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that was all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, I was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So we the oppressors in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Enumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Enumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Enumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Having Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Yes Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailers in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of ants going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, people with all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. They say that it's outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance style. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward. What challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule. It's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, where the heartbeat of the continent meets the pulse of progress. Today we take a vibrant journey into the soul of our identity, one woven through fabric, flavored in cuisine, and anchored in leadership. Our topic today is culture, economy, fashion, food, and governance in the nation building. Because if you look at it, culture is more than tradition. It's business, it's soft power, and it's branding. I am your host, Olumide Shokoya. I have, how will I put it, the four horsemen. I like to, well, she's a lady.
Wow,
but I have ladies, I have a lady and a gent.
No, don't remove me. I like the lady, four horsemen.
The four horsemen.
Yes. So who's the head of the horsemen?
I'm sure I'm not a horse. Yes, certainly.
All right, so starting from my right, I have Mr. Bayo Olaoye. So glad to have you on Just Africa this morning.
It's a pleasure, Olumide.
I have the beautiful, ever-loving, and ever-popping Swift Aderito.
Okay, so you guys are about to get Africa's culture at its best. I'm ready. And you can see I'm dressed in like an Igbo attire. This is a traditional Igbo attire because although I'm not Igbo, I love Nigeria. We're Nigerian. I'm proudly Nigerian, yes.
Well, I have the fairest of the gentlemen.
It's true. Good morning to you, Olumide.
Good morning,
Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa.
All right, so think about it. When you see a Ghanaian kente, a Moroccan tajin, or a South African dance, what comes to your mind? It's not just beauty or taste, it's identity, it's pride, and increasingly, it's economic value. Now, across Africa, fashion designers are showcasing homegrown talent on global runways. Local dishes are making their way into different menus. Governments are realizing that culture is more than entertainment. It's a powerful tool for tourism, diplomacy, and job creation. From Lagos to Dakar, Nairobi to Johannesburg, Africa's fashion scene is booming. But is it about being protected, patented, or promoted? Who's investing in it? And how are governments helping designers become global brands? African food is gaining ground on the world stage, but are we owning our recipes? Are we exporting raw ingredients or culinary experiences? What strategies are we turning jollof rice into? Are we turning it into a global franchise? Nation branding is not just marketing, it's policy. Are African governments using culture in tourism strategies, diplomacy, and national development? What role does cultural preservation play in political identity? We'll find out more after this break. Just with us. Welcome back to Just Africa. Like I said earlier on, the topic for today is culture economy, fashion, food, and governance in nation branding. So let me start with Swift.
Yes.
You know, one of the things I like about our culture is our food, and of course, our fashion.
Okay.
From where I come from, Ashoke is a big deal. And I mean, if you look at the just concluded Ojudi Oba, you would see the vibrant showcase of Ashoke. When it comes to food, we have ikokore, we have ibrigo, we have so many local dishes. We have the ofada rice, locally.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital
Welcome back to Just Africa. Apologies for that critical mistake. So let's go on. We're talking about culture, economy, food, and governance in nation building.
Yes.
So
yes, we're about to talk about the fact that food is key in Africa. I like the fact that you said you came with fashion and food. So let me just sit in on food. Your food in Africa, especially Nigeria, is your identity. So if you see someone with tuwo, you know he's from the north. If I see you with starch and banga, I know you are from Priye's side. If I see you with amala, I know where you're from. If I see you with begiri, if I see you with ewedu, I can even identify that, oh, if it's Ikokore, you are not, let's say, Lagosian. So we can pick, even among our communities, like Edo people, the way Esako cook their egusi is different. They must use the he-goats. And that one has a smell, and it makes the egusi, so you are smelling, it gives the egusi a different kind of smell. Asian people fry their egusi before they cook it. So even within Edo State, the different communities have a different way they present their food. In African culture, food means a lot. Like kola, they tell you, he who brings kola brings life. So when you go somewhere and you're an elder, and you give an elder kola, it means I acknowledge you're an elder, I respect you. So, but, you know, we need to be careful because nowadays there's a lot of packaging and we are losing our identity from what it's supposed to be. But I would say that once you identify as an African, you identify with the food. It's everywhere. And our food is good. I love food. Thank you for asking me about food. I know Priya is looking at me. Priya likes food too.
My concern, I remember earlier on, we've talked about this. We've talked about even the fact that China might be producing some of our own local food. And yesterday on Just Africa, we had a guest, and I asked him that, how are you also promoting local dishes in your hotels? Because when tourists, when business or international businessmen, diplomats, when they come, your hotel is the first point of contact. And whatever you serve them, whatever they are being given is what they would assume is here. So how are you promoting that? So do you think that we are actually promoting our food beyond the shores of Africa? I mean, pizza is not African. Shawarma is not African. Burger is not African. But we consume it a whole lot here, and we have big brands here.
Okay, so the thing is about our food. Nigeria has done a lot to, you know, inform the world what it means when you talk about Nigerian jollof rice. Nigerians have equally done a lot to put out the little things that we, you know, take for granted over here, like puff puff. Yes, that we snack on. We've done a lot to put that. The baked bean that you have fish or crayfish or inside, the one we normally call moi moi. We've done a lot to put that outside because the reason why I'm saying that, I went to a restaurant. It's not even a restaurant. It's quite some years ago. It's this somewhere at Allen Avenue, the woman that sells food by the roadside. Not just by the roadside, but there's, actually, you can call it popularly known as buka. So you see these Chinese fellows, and they come and they want to buy. You know the way the Yoruba women prepare the amala, and the stew is there, and they are telling you, give me beef, give me the assorted meat, give me the roundabout, give me the cow skin, popularly called pomo, give me this. So I was thinking someone would need to tell the Chinese man what to eat and all of that. And the same way the Yoruba man came and ordered and was pointing and give me this, give me that. That's why he came and he was, no, give me this, give me the roundabout, give me. So he could see that this man had been part and parcel of the country. And the other thing is this. When you get out of the shores of Nigeria and you go to Canada, UK, Nigerian, just the way the Chinese restaurants over here are somewhat expensive. That's how the Nigerian restaurants out there are. Because some of these things, you can't really get them locally there. There are some spices that you use in preparing pepper soup.
Yes, like dawa dawa.
Great. It's almost as if you can't get it somewhere else. So, and sometimes these things are shipped from our climb there to over there. So it's quite expensive. So even as a Nigerian, you'll have to sometimes break your pocket to eat in a Nigerian restaurant out there. And I think we're doing good when it comes to our food. And like she said, our food is an identity. And when you see Nigerian dish anywhere, you should be able to tell. Ghana is not also, Ghana, you know, I live in an area where, whilst growing up, where we have Ghanaians too, and I got familiar with that kind of food. The one they use the corn to prepare, they put fresh pepper by the side, fresh onion by the side, and the fried fish. Is it kente they call it, or kenke? Yes, and so I've eaten that one. So I'm used to eating that one too. So Africa food is an identity, and not just only the way it is served to make it very delicious. Some of it could be quite medicinal, because when you talk about bitter leaf and bitter leaf soup, something that is bitter sweet, and sometimes you're not feeling fine, and they're telling you prepare pepper soup, put efiri scent leaf in it and eat it, and you'll be fine. And of course, it does the magic.
You know, one of the, should I say, dishes or some of the things that has crossed borders, crossed from Ghana to Nigeria, is Ghanaian pepper and this other spice they call shito.
Yes.
How can we also do that? How can we, you know, let something like our gari, our maybe you call it efiri?
Yes, the scent leaf.
Yes. You know, I feel that there should be some sort of exchange. When Africa starts to trade among themselves, it would also create something.
Well, I think we need to talk about this discussion.
Yes.
I will have to base this discussion on 4 platforms.
Okay.
Food, fashion, lifestyle, education, governance, and music.
Okay.
So when you talk about food, I want to talk about the nutritional values of our food.
Yes.
For instance, when you prepare a typical Yoruba food, there's something called iru.
Yes.
You know iru?
Low-cost beans.
Whatever name it's called. But iru, according to my grandmother, has potential, some vitamins, vitamin C, I think.
Okay.
And it's good for the eyes. Okra. Okra, I understand, although it has some, whatever, it has some...
It does.
Some misconceptions about eating okra. Some traditional misconceptions, whatever, superstition about eating okra. But okra too also has some nutritional value. Apart from ewedu, we talk about efiri, ewedu too has potential, enormous potential of producing blood. So our food is enormous. It's enormous, the potentials. So when we talk about food, the only issue is, I was talking about amoke, that amoke is doing good, but in food distribution, there needs to be some safeguards as regards health. How do they prepare this food? In transporting food, what are the healthy safeguards that you have to enforce to show that when you're transmitting food, is different from transmitting letters or documents or whatever. So I'm looking at improvements in producing and packaging food online. Amoke made billions. There are other Nigerian unknown dark horses who are making progress in food production that need to be encouraged. And that's why you have NAFDAC.
All right, Mr. Barrow, if I may come in, I have actually ordered from Amoke, and I've seen the packaging, and I can tell you, it is, 90% good. It is well packaged, it is well prepared, and well packaged. I think they make use of some of these dispatches and all that, and when they bring it, it's sealed, it's well packaged. Maybe there might be some other room for improvement, but I feel that from what I have, seen, or from what I've experienced, ordering from Amoke, yes.
Okay.
So we are still arguing that cultural value, the ordering, we are losing our cultural value. So there was a time I went to a restaurant and they gave me local pots. It was for starch and banga. So the banga is served in a local pot.
Yes, it's a clay
pot.
Clay pot.
And it's cooking. Is it? As they are dropping it on the table.
Yes.
Now that is the African identity we are fighting for. You see all this packaging, takeaway packs. For me, they are good, they are necessary, but they are killing the culture.
But you can't.
He's talking about delivery.
Somewhere.
Okay.
So I go to, for example, a 5-star, a Radisson Blue.
Yes.
We have them here. And instead of being given a cup of water when I'm eating poundo yam or pounded yam, I am given a local clay cup.
With palm wine.
That is what Chinese people do. This is why their culture is their culture. You will see a tumbler on a typical Chinese set in a restaurant.
And Swift, that brings me to the question of poundo yam and pounded yam. What's the difference?
One is
You don't want to tell an man that what is pounded yam? So pounded yam has to be pounded in the traditional way.
Yes, with a lot of sweat.
Not this artificial and
But I think we also need to come to...
And technology, yeah.
Okay, no, okay. So what I'm trying to say is, I think we'll need to come to the place where we need to start talking about some of the ways that this food were prepared.
Okay.
There were no technology then that could aid the way of preparation. It was after some industrialists come to look at the process that it goes through and the time that it consumes. And if you're going to prepare it in a restaurant to give it to people to eat, and sometimes they want some of the clients that you have that are quite big and they need it, prepare it now, I'm here, and get it to the table.
Yes.
So if we go through the conventional means, it would take 3 hours, 2 hours. I mean, that person would have died from hunger or something.
Okay.
And they're telling you, okay, just the way
yes.
it would have been prepared. But when you go to the shop, they're telling you, you say, okay, I need starch, I need banga soup, I need kekefia. And they get the clay pot, they dish the quantity for which you're purchasing. And they steam it up, and it's boiling with the assorted meat and it. And that is the African culture, like you said, because sometimes when you look at this, advanced countries, you go to their restaurant, you see someone dancing around with a knife, cutting the meat, and he's doing acrobats all over the place to put it in your mouth. Okay, fine, what is this? What are you trying to say? And they use this word that is dorime or something.
Yes.
I don't know what exactly it means. And I'm like, okay, so what does that? Within all those drama, come to an African shop, let's serve you. And so, because the day a South African, a friend of mine married a South African, she came to Nigeria, we're still in the university, and she wanted to eat. As a student, he went to prepare food, and this is just rice and stew. He packed all the meat and all the rice, you know the way we do it, just in one plate. And she was like, what is this? Why can't we put the stew separate and put the meat separate? Why don't we have the rice separate and have this separate? I said, no, welcome to Nigeria. It's not that we don't eat it the way she talks, but it's just in a different setting. And there's a way you enjoy it when it's prepared that way. So the pounded yam and the pounded yam, Mr. Bayo is talking about, yes, sometimes technology comes to play and it's going to have its way. You cannot even stop the technology from, infiltrating, but, we should have a part of society and those set of people that want to preserve that cultural part. And the example I want to give is this. When you go to Ikorodu, the way development has taken over that place is you could see the local houses have been demolished. People are building big, nice-looking houses. But there are some people, even though they have the money, they want to maintain the mud, old kind of building, the one that you see in these epic Yoruba movies. Those kind of buildings, they felt they want to preserve it because development and globalization is just taking over and it's completely sweeping across that part of town, and what they used to have as a cultural heritage is being knocked down, and these sophisticated buildings are coming up.
Thank you very much. I was just as you were talking, I was about to ask the question that how do we commercialize? Making regards to what Baba said about pounded yam and powdered yam, how do we commercialize our food without diluting its cultural value?
That's what I want.
Now, we want to export pounded yam outside the country. Maybe that was what technology brought, to make it, to package it into powder. So that we can export it out, so that someone in Asia, someone in Europe can have a feel of that without necessarily taking 2 bars of yam across. So how do we attain this?
No, that is the forte of the federal government, in that it should establish the enabling process Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Exim Bank, all this should be encouraged with incentives so that they can produce whatever for exportation. And then NAFDAC too has to be involved in the kind of products that we export. And when we are discussing food, I want us to know the importance of cassava. Cassava can be produced in Africa 3 times in a year. China wants cassava, but up till now, nobody has come forward with a formidable strategy to tackle the massive production of cassava for consumption and for export. So we cannot talk about this without talking about cassava. The potential of cassava, how do we, and it's government, the manufacturing sector, the manufacturers, and those in the industries. And those in the university, the research institutes too. And that is why I want to commend the efforts of the Nigerian National Medicine Promotion Council. It's unbelievable what they have done. And when you talk about food, you cannot talk about, you cannot remove it from medicine. Medicine, local herbs. We need to encourage our local herbs. In the era of when we have faking of drugs, we have all sorts of interventions, diabolical interventions in the healthcare sector. I think we should commend what this institution is. The government should encourage institutions to produce our local herbs. The gentleman, Professor Martin Emeji, was talking about innovations that they have made that are waiting for government's endorsement. This is tremendous. It's outstanding, as profound. We should encourage it.
All right. So
and I think that's the way forward.
Yes.
All right, so let's move into fashion.
Okay.
Now, I have heard allegations that some of our local attires are now even being produced outside the shores of Africa, and we import it and wear it. Why is this so? If you look at ashoke, lace, and some of these other fabrics, are they actually being produced in Nigeria? Are they woven in the country? Or are we now exporting it, or importing it rather, into the country to wear? Because these are things that, this is our identity. These are things that we should own. Commander, what do you think?
Okay, so first of all, I think we should look at it in a very certain way. I am not even going to start accusing China, Europe, India. I'm not going to start accusing any one of them for, developing or fabricating these and selling it back to us. We must understand that in the era of globalization, it's Nigerian people move. One of the critical pillars of globalization is transportation, traveling, immigration. People travel around. Even Nigerians themselves travel to all these places. And sometimes, because as a Nigerian you are there, and you want to dress with your cap, you want to dress and look very local like an Ijebu man. You want to dress like a Fulani man. You want to dress like an Igbo man from Anambra State. You want to dress like someone who is from Rivers State, or you want to dress like you are from Benin Kingdom. You want to dress like you are an Ijo man or an Izo man from Bayelsa or from Delta State. And you travel over there, you have your family, you're working, and you're doing good over there. Some of these foods you can't access. You tell your neighbors or your brothers or your next of kin, your family relatives from here to export. Sometimes you send your measurement to some of the fashion designers or the tailors, like we popularly call them here in Nigeria. And you tell them, buy me one ashoke, buy me Iran Buba, buy me this, and they buy it here, they sew it, and they ship it back to you over there. And if you now have the wherewithal as a businessman over there, you want to serve the Nigerian community over there in Europe or in America or in China, and you could see that, okay, the population of Nigeria here is much, and I want to make them to have a taste of what we normally feel or do fashion-wise when we're in Nigeria. And so you start over there to begin to set up industries, to set up, just a moment, factories to manufacture this. And when they start doing that, you not only sell to Nigerians or to Africans over there with you, you start even selling to the foreigners who are, the white men. You start selling to them. In that way, you are promoting the culture. And when you start there, of course, your company will start growing big. And when you start growing big, you could surpass, because the Nigerian textile industry here is not doing efficient and effectively well. You could surpass production in the sense that you want to export back home, most especially when you have a good quality of those materials. That is the reason why you have some of these clients who are exporting these things back into the country, because they have been promoted by Nigerians and Africans over there to the extent that they have now improved on it to the quality has become quite high.
Let me talk particularly about Souq. I want to allude to what Olumide has just said. The weaving industry in Isen, I come from Oyo Town. The weaving industry in Isen has been destroyed by this westernization that PA is trying to defend. The whole industry, the community that has been thriving on this industry for centuries has vanished in Isen. I come from a chieftaincy family, and I'm telling you that westernization has destroyed tradition in some areas.
But they weave with their hands. They weave with their hands.
Yes.
They weave with their hands.
Yes.
But these people have come to develop a technology and a machine that can weave.
The market has been taken over by these so-called manufacturers.
Yeah, because they have the technology.
Because if government has provided the enabling environment for them to access funds, give them infrastructure, electricity, water, light, and whatever, that industry will develop and export, definitely. But when you leave them to the whims and caprices of politicians and rabble-rousers, you won't get anywhere. That industry is still thriving, but it's gone.
So I would, at this point, I'll come with the fact that this industry, we have seen the decline over the years. Lace is not an African material. It's been borrowed. And sorry to throw your generation, sir, under the bus. And we met our parents wearing lace. At a stage, lace became something till now that you must wear to weddings. In fact, there was a time that if you wear your ashoke, people are looking at you that no, lace is better. Lace is what is trending.
That you are primitive.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I would say that, and that was when I was talking about packaging. If we can be very intentional and very African about what we have. So if you see, if I'm wearing a Scottish skirt, a Scotland man will come and look under. There's a way they hem their fabric. If it's not hemmed in that way, he'll tell me this is not an original Scottish skirt, because he knows. So if Africans, Nigerians especially, we need to be very conscious of our culture. That look, they are cultural thieves. Chinese people, European people, because there's a large market for it. Like you talked about, is saying people, how do we make ashoke and say, look, this is handmade? In the UK, if you buy a dress that is handmade, you can buy a dress that is handmade for $1,000.
Yes.
Or in America,
it's more
and you
expensive.
buy, they'll tell you, oh, this is hand sewn, $20. They let you know that, look, to put in energy. So imagine if, and I stop to blame government, I start to blame people, you and I. If we now say, look, this my ashoke is handmade, so I bought it 200,000. This one you are wearing from Chinko is 30,000 naira, because this is handmade, this is energy, this is love, this is prayer. At this point, we would not lose our culture. So I think the loss of culture, we need to be intentional. We need to be intentional about how we create our fabrics in love, how we advertise it, how we propagate it, how we put it on television, how we tell people, look, if you are wearing Chenko, you're not really there. If you're wearing the real handmade, the traditional one that they use traditional water to, this is what you're wearing. I think we would not lose our fabric culture. Okay. That's my take.
Also, before you comment, I would like to also put this one. You know, our people, Nigerians, we are fond of having this insatiable taste for Western products. So if you go to the market and you want to buy lace, or you want to buy ashoke, and they tell you this one is 20,000, they tell you this one is 100,000. You ask that, they tell you this one is imported. You want to buy that
status symbol.
Yes, you want to relate, you want to identify with someone who bought an imported ashoke that is expensive rather than buying the one locally made. How do
So that's why, you know, some of our brothers from Imo State, the Onishas and the Aba industry, when it comes to textile and clothes, including shoes.
Yes.
They produce good ones.
Yes.
And you know what? They are not going to write made in Aba or made in Nigeria because they know that when they take it to the market, they won't sell one, even though they are good products, quality and durable. So what they do is they are going to write made in Italy, made in China, or made in some other climes which Nigerians felt, this is the original.
How does that got to do with our psyche?
No.
Are we thinking like
so
that?
the thing is, I think there are two different things here. They understood the market. They are not making it for themselves, neither are they making because they want to promote tradition or they want to promote Nigerian culture. They're into business. They want to satisfy the local market. And that's what they're doing because we have the population and the market here. So they make production, large quantity, but they saw that they're not selling. And they could see the ones coming from abroad. And they measured the quality and they felt like, but I think we are trying, we're doing good. Why aren't ours being... And they understood that, okay, people have this insatiable taste for foreign good. They have this cravings for that. No problem. So they thought smartly and they felt, okay, we can smart these people. So it doesn't mean it changed the fact that it was actually made. It didn't change the fact that it was actually made here. Now, and if you also look at Nigeria, so we have a way of westernizing the African culture ourselves.
Yes.
You would dress the way Mr. Bayo Laoye is dressed with the regalia and all of that. And those days, you put on this local handmade sandals. Or you put on half shoe, where the back of the leg is exposed, but there's a shoe covering it. And the regalia completely attired. Sometimes you can see the beads all over you and all of that. But you know what we did most, especially our Gen Z brothers that came, they wear the local attire and put on the nice sneakers. And you see, yes. And you know what? Did it dilute the culture in it? No. They are westernizing the culture and they are telling the Westerners that, look, hey, you can adorn this and put on a nice sneakers. And because they felt, sneakers is ours. And they could see the mixture of sneakers and the nice African traditional attire. I'm like, wow, I like the way you rock it. I think I should get my hands on that. And there was this white British or an American that got married to a Yoruba lady. They brought him home. He came to Dobale for the parent of the lady. And, of course, Nigerians and their white friends, and they came, she was getting married to her sister. This is how we do the traditional wedding. And he went through the process, and I was watching the video, and he's like, oh, my God, this is exhausting. I told him, sorry, this is Nigeria. This is some of the African culture. You won't joke with your wife, You don't just get married. You follow some traditional steps. So we are also influencing them.
Yes.
Seriously. So the influence is in two ways. It's two ways, and we must put that into consideration because I tell you, the way we cry that our culture is being eroded by the Western countries, they are also saying, we are eroding their own culture.
Before you say anything, I just need to mention this. Right now in America, they now have Nigerian-themed weddings, Igbo-themed weddings, like white people, Oyibo. They now do Isoko-themed wedding. They will dress up as Isoko people, some husband and wife. Because I was watching a trend.
And none of them are Nigerians.
The husband Oyibo, wife Oyibo, full family Oyibo, they will buy our materials. That's where our Chinese brothers and sisters come in. They will buy from Chinese people instead of buying from us. So, yes, Baba, please.
So, Swift, that reminds me, we can't talk about fashion, lifestyle, whatever, without talking about two trends that are very contemporary now. That is your hairstyle and this issue of earrings. My grandson on Sunday came to see me in the church with earrings. I couldn't have done that before my father. May his soul rest in peace.
Globalization.
So I don't know how you place this. Is this your so-called disease, organization, tradition?
Well, back in the days, the warriors, they do not... I know the
What is the concept of putting on earrings, for goodness sake? Can somebody just say, what is the meaning of putting on earrings?
Fashion?
Fashion? Swag?
I think it's weird.
It's weird.
Very weird. So, what about tattoos?
Tattoos?
Yes. Is that part of fashion? Or is it traditional?
But I think it's traditional because my grandmother had some. I know a lot of Ibadan people. I think they moved from, you used to see them, they write their names. And back in the day, she told us that it was intentional so that every family, when the person dies, even when the body is decaying, if you see, that thing never fades. So when you see it, you can identify that this person is from so-so-so family, and you can call the family and say, come, is anybody missing? There's a body somewhere, although the body is beyond recognition, we can see the tattoo. So it's a bit African. Now we overdo it. We have left the African local tie tattooing and the one that our brothers and sisters in the north do. And we are now doing the Western one. But I think we can go back to our...
I'm also excited that...
Yes.
I'm excited at one issue now that I see in parties, is that people, they are experts now in kind of gaining. This is trending, it's profitable, and it's unique.
Yes.
That people pay 2,000, 1,000 for you to do just a tie your hair.
2,000.
And I think
20,000.
In some places it depends.
I was being modest.
Yes. And there's now auto gele, so you don't even need to pay anybody. You just give the material to somebody, she sews it, you come, you clip it on your head, and you're good. And when after the party is done, you take it off.
Diluted the culture. Diluted the culture because you're taking away some people's jobs. You know, where it's okay. So now, because those people, as long as there are parties, those people will always be there to tie it.
Yes.
So one thing I want to say in all of this, which is related to food, probably when we're talking about food, we should have mentioned it, is this thing about wine. Nigerians will say, oh, this is French wine, this one is from Spain, this one is... The palm wine that you have in Africa or in Nigeria. So the way it is tapped and how a different stage of fermentation of the palm wine has a different level of appreciation. I don't want to use the other word, appreciation. So do we export it that way? Must it be processed? I have some questions. So once you buy some wine from France and they're telling you this wine is 100 years old. This wine is 75 years old, and you know what, this is about $75,000. And you are looking at yourself like, okay, come to the village, let me brew palm wine. Or let me just climb to the palm tree to go and tap the palm wine and probably wait for some days and come and serve it to you on the clay or that specific cup, the calabash cup, for you to test and see. Not only is that one more appreciable because it is plant, it is equally healthy and it is medicinal too. So in Africa, food or drinks has a medicinal value. So you're not just eating to preserve yourself, you're eating to get nourished, and it keeps you away from filth, from dirt, and from eating things that are detrimental to your health.
Palm wine.
Okay.
When I was in London in 2019 to see my friend Femi Jarrett, there was palm wine from Nigeria, bottled palm wine. Well, when we took it, we saw that...
diluted.
Yes, that's the problem. We were disappointed at the quality and the pungence of the product itself. In other words, it has been reduced in the spongent power. It has been slowed, it has been lowered down, and we thought it didn't have the effect. So again, it has to do with whoever, NAFDAC, the enforcement, the regulatory bodies. Palm wine is very popular in London, but it depends. It depends on the brand. If you can do that to other something. Yes.
So at this point, I would have to talk about palm wine. I'll talk about NIFO because I had the privilege of growing up in Benin, and I think 1995.
NIFO.
Yes, NIFO.
NIFO. They were rumored to be the people who gave Malaysia the first set of palm seedlings that they took over the palm industry. Yes, because that organization was structured to grow palm. and, you know, export and develop. So NIFO started making palm wine and they started bottling it up.
Yes.
As of 1995, when my grandfather died, they brought in original palm wine, and an uncle that worked there brought in NIFO bottled palm wine, and there was no difference. It was actually very nice. And so people in Benin were saying that, came for that burial, were saying, NIFO is here, we don't see palm wine drink. And then he said, let me tell you, as soon as we are bottling this, it's because I'm a staff. 90% of what we bottle is exported out of the country. That even before the order comes, like I said, you know, there's a limit of what government can do. If a Dangote took over a NIFO, you would see bottled palm wine everywhere, because I don't know how NIFO did it at that time. I don't know whether they have toned down. I haven't drank their bottled palm wine in a while. I don't know whether they have toned down on it now. But as of then, that bottled palm wine, even as a child, because I was in secondary, I went to look for the palm wine to drink that. So make no loss. It was really very nice. And now, talking about foreign power, every time we have something very nice, like Baba talked about cassava, I've noticed that it's an original value. People in Europe steal from us. So what we are even getting is less than 10%. They see the business opportunity. They say no, they like the fact that it's natural, it is rich. And so they run to it. Now they are trying to export our meals, our fruits, food, yam.
Honey.
Yes.
What about honey? Honey.
I want us to quickly talk about culture before we round up.
Okay.
Now, if you look at Lagos State, the Eyo Festival, it's a big thing. We have the Fanti Carnival. We had it just concluded Ojude Oba. We have the Calabar Carnival. Yes. Calabar Carnival, people book for hotels as early as August, September. By October, hotels are already booked. Before December.
Before December, and the carnival is in December. They book hotel for 3 months ahead.
Yes. Because people book from outside the country. Diasporans book, people book, the government officials also book. So it's a big thing. It's actually really a big thing. So how are we exporting it out? How are we also exporting our culture out? I mean, like the Notting Hill Carnival. Nigerians, Africans also travel to the United Kingdom for the Notting Hill Carnival. So we should have white Westerners, Asians come into our country and enjoy. It's part of tourism, and we also generate a lot of income. Food sellers, fashion designers, they generate a lot from these tourists that come into our country and all that. Priya, what do you think?
Okay, so first of all, the Calabar Carnival in Cross River State is the biggest street party in Africa.
Wow.
Is the biggest street party in Africa, and whoever it is, that's the governor that pioneered it. I don't know if it was during the administration of Donald Duke or Godswill Akpabio.
Yeah, so it's Donald Duke started.
So I think it is something that is quite big, because at a specific period it's coming. If it's in Lagos and it is known as a dirty December, where you have the hotels like Mr. Raza was talking about yesterday, that about 40, that's for the whole December, if it's about $75 million or $1 billion came into the country, about $40 million of that money went for hotels.
Hotels. Wow. Just hotels.
Just hotels. Then that's for December. Then in Cross River State too, they are doing theirs that, look, ours is going to be the Calabar Carnival. So as people are running to Lagos for dirty December, because it's also taking place in December, people are like, okay, I'll spend my December in Calabar because I feel the Calabar Carnival is going to be, exciting, it's going to be massive, and it's going to be fun. And people are going there. Not only from Nigeria, from Africa, other African countries. They are doing that. In December, what do we then have? Let's say the Agungun Festival, somewhere in the northern part of the country where they go out fishing. So what about the wrestling festival?
Is gone. It's being revived. It's almost gone.
It's almost gone. So sometimes the river for which they go out fishing, I heard they have to leave those rivers unattended to untouched for a year. So the fishes in that river can feed and get big. So those licensed fishermen or women that will go and compete in that festival will have to look for the person that caught the biggest fish. And there are officials out there weighing the fish. So if you got the biggest fish, then you won.
Prize money.
The package is big. So What about in Delta states, the masquerade festivals? How can these be sold? What about, we've not started talking about Benue, or maybe the new yam season in some southeastern part of the country that has to do with food. Sometimes you get kings, they are being coronated, and they are shutting the whole town down. I was in the university when they knew Oni of Ife, about Ogunwusi Adeye Enitan the second, when it was being inaugurated. We were in school, I did traditional government institution as part of one of the courses I did. So before the previous Oni died and they are enthroning the new one, I'd already known by way of academic exposure how he's going to be enthroned. I knew that he's going to be locked behind closed doors 7 days and the rituals are going to be carried out. I already knew this. So I was just waiting. I need the theory, exactly. So the practical was taking place. Immediately they were done and he came out to the public and they were enthroning him. I went out of campus. You know, the Oni's Palace, you can't even get there because of the massive crowd of people that came to attend. And you could just be walking on your way on the road. People you don't know are just busy celebrating, and they're inviting strangers to come sit down and festy and to feast with them, and and all of that. And you could see, it's as if it was planned that the whole Ife, everybody should have done a white attire. And I wish there was a drone shot to capture that, to just see the beauty of how culture and tradition is telling a whole story, to paint a whole different picture about the continent of Africa, and probably in this case, the tradition of the Yoruba.
We cannot
final thoughts.
Yes, we cannot do justice to this program without talking about indigenous language in communication, in education, and the training of our children.
Yes.
We are losing our languages. What are we going to do about it? What are the institutes of African studies doing about indigenous languages? We must give kudos to the Chinese for maintaining that language, not only in communication, in technology. And they are a global figure, a global power now. So government should wake up to the fact that we need our indigenous languages for future generations.
Shift your final.
So before, as I'm running through my final thoughts, we need to talk about security. Security has been one of the hindrances. So back in the day, in December, once he starts getting to December 15th, they tell you that you start breathing air in Lagos suddenly, because a lot of our Eastern brothers and sisters, people from Edo, people from Delta, they have gone home. But now, because of the insecurities, you're talking about Calabar Carnival. I know how big Calabar Carnival used to be. People who come to Lagos from Abuja, people who fly. But nowadays, you can't even do road trips, because when you are traveling, the possibility of being kidnapped and all that. I'm so proud of President Tinubu for this Calabar Coastal, Lagos Coastal. It is going to be a beauty, because that means from Lagos, I can take a road trip straight to Calabar, enjoy the carnival that day or 2 days, and take another road trip back. It's cheaper, it's better, and to a large extent, it's safer. So if the federal government and individuals, if we can work together about security. If there's security, then our festivals will work. Ojodoba was Ojodoba because it's secure. You understand? Lagos is Lagos. A lot of people came because Lagos is secure to a large extent. So we're talking about Johannesburg with the guy that came yesterday. You can't leave your house in South Africa by 5. You'll be robbed. They even tell you when you're coming in as a stranger that, look, once it's 5 o'clock, get to wherever you are, because they're taking your phone, they are stabbing you. You can't even use an ATM. But in Lagos, you can be up by 2 a.m. and nobody's touching you.
That's the beauty of Lagos.
That's the beauty. So we really need to do a very good PR of our country. That, look, our country is safe. We have tradition, we have food, and our people are sweet. Nigerians are amazing people, by the way.
Yes, Nigerian ladies and Nigerian men are actually sweet. This is where we will round up today's episode of Just Africa. And this week's episode of Just Africa, don't forget to like, comment, and share. Follow us on our social media handles at Souqnews TV. I am Olumide Shokwe.
And I am Swift at Derito. Buy Africa, think Africa, and be African, like I always tell you.
Yes, my people call me Big Babs. Bye, Olawi. It's a pleasure being here. I like doing this every Friday.
Big Babs, yes.
And I'm Oyin Priye Kromale. Good morning to you once again.
rapid rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again, you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, where is going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still in this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, by one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, baby, you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies, Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Foundation. Please, can you please recognize that she's presently present. Please let the thanks together for her. Thank you so much. Ushers, please, I'll need you to be on standby to see many of my guests and not seated where they should be, so that let me do that. All right. I think we have, I don't know if we have the founder of the Builders Transact. Yes. All right. Okay. The legal state manager for Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDA, Dr. Olukumi Odekaudu, still on his way. Mr. Tuji Oket, co-founder of Get Funded Africa Technologies, still on his way. Dr. Itausa of Souq, that's the general manager of Souqnews. You are recognized as well. Mr. Shino Bandikeshi is here with us, the managing director of Goxi Micro Insurance Bank. You're most welcome. So a round of applause. Can you wave your hands so that we will hear each other? Thank you so much. Please, ushers. Yes. Can you help me move into its appropriate seat? Thank you so much. Mrs. Tino Olatunsin Ajayi, Asborn Ambassador, former President, Association of Professional Women Bankers. All right, still on our way. Mr. Richard E. Monige, Regional Manager, Bank of Industry. You're most welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Right, so we're still expecting a representative from SON, NAFDAC, and the Raw Material Research and Development Council of Nigeria. If you have the representative, please let us know. All right. Okay. I think it's safe to move on while we await other guests that need to take their seat here today. But meanwhile, while we do that, please let me at this point in time announce to us that this event once again is put together by ASBON, Association of Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Industry, Cooperating and Investment. And we are here today. It's going to be a record-breaking event for you. This is your first time. Please, this is your first time. Please, can you wave your hand? This is your first time. Oh, wow, we have first time here. Wow. Well, don't worry, we'll start a drink now. That's the first time. Don't worry. And that's what we do in churches. Yes or yes. First time honors, don't worry. Because you hear drink, you're not raising your hand. You're not raising before. Because you have to be entertained, there's no problem. Alright, every one of us will be entertained here today. We have our sponsors and brand. Many of them. We have Souq brand, which is the lead sponsor, the platinum category. And of course, 7-Up will be company makers of Pepsi. And that's why you see Pepsi outside there. So please don't worry. We will be duly entertained. Back to industry, Adosa, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Souqnews, Girls American Insurance Company, the CRC Credit Bureau Limited, and of course, yes, these are some of our sponsors. And at this point in time, I think it's important that we know why we are doing this. For 5 consecutive years, this organization have ensured that this event is put together to celebrate stakeholders who are adding value to the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and to shed more light, to give us more insight as to why they've been consistent with this event. Please, I would like to invite no other person than the lead convener, the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, a great visionary, a great pathfinder. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Femi Egbesola. Please permit me to sign on the existing protocols for the special mention of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Souq, the Executive Governor of State Prince, therefore, Abiodun CON, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investments, Mrs. Olashade Amosu-Bidebe, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investments, States, Mr. Shofela and Bola, and other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies represented and sure that I am aware that the DD of FIDRO is being represented here. Can we please have this stand up for recognition? Okay, thank you very much. I will fake me if I want to mention everybody that's ought to be mentioned. Everyone was involved. I also like to thank very seriously the keynote speaker for today, daily coming out times to here. And of course, our panelists, quite a number of them are already around. Thank you so much for being here today. The commissioner will soon be here to give a speech. But before then, we're going to go down to my speech, which is to give the opening address. So on behalf of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Industry and Investments, I warmly welcome you to the Nigerian National MSME Business Awards. This is the 5th edition, and it is designed to celebrate, appreciate, and name the supporters of the MSME system. We have created a platform and we have to say thank you for supporting us all years. find a way to create a platform to recognize and appreciate. That's the essence of this award event. And at the same time, too, it's not just about appreciating them, it's about pushing them to do more. The award program is designed to say, please, we want you to do more. So today, it's not just about appreciating, it's about also encouraging them to support us to do more. We are kids, we are kids, we need a push, we need a support. Everyone in the ecosystem can give to us. We also want to thank our sponsors that we have today. All of us, without the sponsors, we also thank the media today, and of course, every other person, including my own immediate community, has done many and to the members of Osborne, I think they are by this side, right? Please, can we please celebrate them? Let's put our hands together for them. The drivers of the economy, yes or yes. I think you guys have a slogan, Osborne starts from. Wow. Is that it? Can you get that? You know it. Wow. Amazing. Osborne starts from. See, it's very important, especially the last one. You want to start now. Many ideas are probably died in the heads of the conceivers, like, I will start tomorrow, I have this idea, and yet you never have the budget to start. So it's very important, start now. God bless you for consistently putting this together. You are indeed drivers of the economy, and we celebrate what you are doing under the able leadership of the President, Dr. Femi Ekmeshola, very energetic man. I don't know where he gets energy from. See, yesterday he was still reaching out, putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's, ensuring everything is, on point. God bless you. I love your meticulousness. There's so much I'm learning from you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the 5th SME Business Awards, National SME Business Awards, put together by Osborne. We'll be inviting our key note speakers to speak to us at this point in time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is all the basic, the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. She will be speaking to us on sustainable business practices, the new competitive advantage for SMEs. A round of applause for her one time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. Great, thank you once again. I'm really delighted to be here at the 5th Nigerian National SME Business Awards. Very honored to be giving the keynote address. All protocols duly observed, and I stand on the existing protocols that were earlier on outlined, and hopefully our special guests coming, and I know definitely time to acknowledge them once they come. I also would like to, I love the Osborne Start Small, Project Start Now. It's a very inspiring, but also very strategic slogan, and I think it speaks to the essence of what Osborne is, but also what Osborne should be, and the role that you play within the ecosystem. For me, whenever I come to events like this, the people who are very important to me as our VIPs, those who are building businesses of different forms. You are my VIPs, you are the champions of our work in so many ways. You are the ones that hold our economies nationally, community-wise, locally. Nobody gets present like people that run businesses. And I know recently we were talking a lot about emotional and mental health for business owners because they need it. Many people more than other people that do it. And I'm also happy to see that we have quite a lot of women here. No prejudice to our men, but to God. You're home builders, you're community users, your income users. So I want to especially acknowledge our MSMEs who are here in the room. So good morning once again, everyone.
Decision on MSME can actually take view of the affordability of microinsurance for them to adopt affordable microinsurance for them to be valued as a means of risk management to protect themselves in the event that they experience shock. And of course, with as little as 1,500 naira, an MSME can actually be able to access to protect their means of livelihood, or a minimum of 500 naira monthly premium payment. They will actually buy an health coverage, that will, of course, protect themselves, protect their staff, and member of household against issue of out-of-pocket, health services. And of course, an MSME with that same little amount of money could also be able to access, some kind of insurance protection that will support the education of their children. All of these are very essential in terms of support the MSME needs. What we found mostly is that MSME are not able to adopt, the old mechanisms that MSME adopt are always very challenging. And most of the time, quite often than not, erodes their, small saving by having to de-manage their, already existing asset or saving for them to actually meet some of these challenges. Thank you.
You'll be shocked to see that a lot of small businesses do not have access to data or do not make data-driven decisions that help their businesses perform, right? So to achieve continued success in a growing economy like Nigeria, small businesses need to focus on solutions that help them stay efficient.
We are very focused on sustainability because we understand that SMEs are the engines and the main focus of any economy in any nation. So why do we talk about sustainability? There are different ways of ensuring that there's sustainability through strategic programs that it does. In SMEDA, we have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs, we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and building sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations on earth that are very passionate about telling how bad they are, and those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it with very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business with us because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, nobody is telling it. And this is the challenge that, of course, the country is facing. So when people are thinking about Nigeria, the things that they can easily think about are the things that are not working. And this was a challenge for us. And so in 2022, we were in the UAE, and we saw the way the environment was working. It's not as if the things that are happening there, we don't have them here. But the way they are positioned in the media makes everybody want to do business with them. So we decided to also come back home and see how we can position media differently in Nigeria. That we're not just going to be talking about politicians and how much money is embezzled, but we also need to talk about the good things that are happening within the business environment. There are a lot of people who are doing excellently well. There's one woman selling amala there, is training their children overseas. Nobody is giving them the platform to talk. So Souqnews came into existence to give platform to businesses, small and medium scale businesses, voices in Africa, so that people all over the world can can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
You walk around, you see people doing things, doing business, and if you ask them if they have their business registration, you discover that someone has been doing business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, and they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't even have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name, and this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that will occur when you don't have your business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, like Mr. Henry mentioned something about credit score and things like that, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some type of funding, right? Through one of our what the house mentioned. Right, so there's money that's accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the Divide. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there's criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay money, this into his private account. Doesn't make any sense. And he's actually well spoken, more better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the Marine Director here at the stakeholders meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I won't mention Development Bank Association, that, oh, you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 5 members have collected this money. And the representative told me that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not bothered. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualified, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, there might be 5 business plans on the table.
Yeah.
What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you look for?
So, we mentioned financial discipline is one. I'm looking at for example, the requirement that he mentioned as part of the document that was submitted to me, as part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is disciplined enough to? Because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
What is discipline? Retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. It depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but usually what are the things? It's just different sectors.
Like generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from your business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody's creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce groundnut and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process. that you take to produce this granite has come to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. They're not just buying something, because you also find it. Because there are too many narratives in the social media, for example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this is discourages a lot of people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
They need to get a professional to do it, or it's something that they can do on their courses.
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even name a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the word can say it, and it gets viral. Especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it. But as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story, and then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you download the Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come voice from you. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how you guys are helping small businesses today? I'm doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed along with banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. Another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form, right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your road, your pepper. Insight is the soup, right? It's the useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right? But they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that we can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, working on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll border on one more thing, which is payments I talked about. So in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there is a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. And after the transaction is done, we pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that, I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. There are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSP to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do therefore with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society, all of these institutions are involved in lending so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a keke driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, both from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times killed to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those, the BTL, that's the below the line kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of progress have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, they must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know that's cultural and of course religious belief. When you talk about, most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance companies. People pick the product for, they stop them from, having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have, opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of Asbon, where we talk to, their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a product that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so. I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the commerce, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute, Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, ASBON, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State, especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic, investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish. Strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players. Facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners, helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world. Inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses. Simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative, MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women, and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to ASBON for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud him. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo.
Yes, kindly put me award. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National Effort to present to you on behalf of ASMON the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of Seminole Public Company.
Please look at the camera. And so the next award.
Give me the mic, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make a better Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Obieke, please come up, and Dr. Femi Egbe-Shola presenting this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Pleased to present the Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Commissioner of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'm delighted to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce. We all work together, so it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
I'm very delighted on behalf of ASMON and the Nigerian National SME Business Awards for the year 2025.
winner is Open States Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations. On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Microinsurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, Souq Microinsurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is Souq Television. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Awards, year 2025, the first SME man of the year, and the winner is Finance.
On behalf of ASBON, I present to you this Nigeria National SME Business Awards year 2025 as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. Seven Bottling Company, but I am the MD of Seven Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face, I say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was under shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years, getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country and pay back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is, how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle, based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs, where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, and sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck? You are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you will have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from the grant or from a bank. If you have a great idea, you can do it. So the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here, they started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari. They are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale-up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big, and there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide the way. Thank you very much, guys.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, both which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man or woman, and then they hardly have to run. According to me, their total turnover is always between 50,000 and 300,000 per annum. You can say they are indeed nano. This particular concept of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for the country to succeed, it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in ASPA. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with groups in microfinance, microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. In between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanopaja, from Oba, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us. We need corporate organizations like yours to support us. We need individuals
There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative rolling. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could you like that some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there is need to raise them up, lift them up? Why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support things? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening attention. We're going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. Can we have the cake on the stage, please? The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This was an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that, I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, I like that term, I'm going to be using it, solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say Asbon? On that note, after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in,
schools debates on radio. We just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry and went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knot somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Souq, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, you know. To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, two shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own prime minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impact this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians, but somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebrand, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radija Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really, you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that into context with the new one. First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now federal, whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that will attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and he wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. They tore it up. Said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. if we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume, and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lead commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she He thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say. Because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyeko graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a year two of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at a certain point in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, are more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains while the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when Souq News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users there insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News, reaching you live from our studios at Souqnews TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin today. The Nigerian Senate has begun public hearing across the country as part of its effort to review the 1999 Constitution. The hearing, which kicked off today in Lagos for the Southwest Zone, will also take place in 4 other states across different regions. However, the Northwest session has been postponed following the death of a prominent businessman, Alhaji Aminu Dantata. At the center of discussions are key proposals, including the creation of 18 new local governments, the establishment of state police, and a review of the electoral system. The chairman of the Southwest hearing and Senate leader, Bayami Bamidele, said the consultations will allow citizens to weigh in on pressing governance issues such as local government representation, control of interstate waterways, labor rights, and the structure of state security. The Senate set up the Constitution Review Committee earlier this year with 45 members tasked with considering a wide range of reform proposals, including changes to policing, judiciary, and traditional institutions. Now, the International Monetary Fund has endorsed Nigeria's recent financial economic reforms, praising the central bank's efforts to stabilize the naira and recapitalize local banks. In its Article 4 consultation, the IMF acknowledged improved investor confidence, increased foreign exchange reserves, and a more unified exchange rate system. The fund also noted that Nigeria's net forex reserves rose to over $23 billion at the end of 2024. It highlighted reforms in the foreign exchange market and applauded efforts to phase out multiple exchange rates, while also urging the government to sustain a tight monetary policy until inflation eases. However, the IMF raised concerns that Nigeria may miss its 2025 fiscal target due to falling oil prices, lower production, and slow capital spendings. It called on fiscal authorities to review the budget and prioritize spending that support growth. The Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCOM, has confirmed the sale of its 60% stake in Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company. AMCOM's managing director, Benga Alade, said the deal was concluded after rejecting an earlier low offer, eventually securing nearly double the initial bid. While the sale has drawn legal challenges and allegations of undervaluation, Alade insists on due process was followed. He said AMCOM remains committed to recovering debts owed to the government and will soon transfer ownership of the company to the preferred bidder. The corporation said it is also tracing assets hidden abroad by defaulting debtors and has resumed selling off other high-profile assets as part of a broader national recovery effort. Now, the global financial markets are on edge as investors await expected reintroduction of Trump-era trade tariffs this week. Stock indices in Asia dipped sharply, while commodities market showed increased volatility, reflecting mounting uncertainty over potential policy changes that could reshape global trade flows. Analysts said that fears of higher import costs and retaliatory trade measures are fueling caution across investment circles. Sectors like technology and manufacturing are particularly sensitive to trade disruptions, prompting a shift towards safer assets as market participants prepare for a potentially turbulent period. Now, the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations kicks off tomorrow in Morocco, bringing together top teams including Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia, and the host nation. The tournament promises fierce competition on the pitch, with all eyes on powerhouses like the Super Falcons and the Banyana of South Africa. However, the excitement is clouded by ongoing player pay disputes and unresolved welfare concerns, especially among the Nigeria and South Africa squads. Organizers said that they are committed to fair play and improved conditions, as the tournament also serves as a test of Africa's readiness to elevate women's football. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souqnews Television. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Aig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Aig Imokwede is back again. Aig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Aig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England. Through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enwawa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Souq Business Landscape. It's your one-stop station where we bring you everything that is happening right here on this table from business, commerce, economy, and development, going from policy directions of government policies, the new policy direction as a way of policy reforms, and where we hope to get ourselves tomorrow. So we are navigating Nigeria's evolving business and policy terrain. In today's edition, we bring you critical stories shaping energy, policy, governance, enterprise, development, and global relations, from a looming national forum on the petrol pricing to the institutional challenges of Nigeria running parallel budgets. The urgent need for subnational reforms to unlock economic potentials and London's renewed focus on Africa as a trade partner. Each of these stories reflect the opportunities and complexities defining our national and the international engagement. But before we dive into the show, let's meet the team on the table. You are not new to them. From my extreme left, Chooks John Rogers Chooks.
Hello, Pri. It's nice to be here on a beautiful Friday. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And they said you are the most gentlest of them in the table.
Well, I take that. Good afternoon, Olumide Shukoya.
Okay. And here is to the institution, the think
Oracle.
tank, and the Oracle. Dr. Osamanze Idausa, you're welcome to Souq Business Landscape.
I think the Dausa. Yeah, it's nice to be here.
Great. I am glad.
All the other appellation, that belongs to Pri.
Okay.
And Souq and probably Olumide.
Great. I am glad because it's Friday, so I don't have to wake up by 3 a.m. in the morning preparing to meet up.
Is there a special thing happening today?
Happening today? Today is Friday.
TGIF.
Well, we'll have to sleep a little bit longer before Saturday or Saturday morning. Welcome once again. Now, firstly, energy policy. The federal government has scheduled a petrol pricing forum for July 23rd to 24th to address concerns about price volatility and crude oil availability. Then, in governance, Nigeria is making global headlines for running the 2024 and 2025 budgets simultaneously. That's an unusual fiscal policy overlaps. Critics say that it undermines transparency and accountability. In governance and in business enterprise development, Nigeria's economic growth, depends on improving business reforms at the state level, with the MSMEs contributing about 90% of jobs. Experts call for targeted regulation and infrastructure and finance access to drive inclusive prosperity. And finally, in global relations, London Mayor Sadiq Khan will visit Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa this July to deepen trade links and celebrate African contributions to their economy. Now, despite criticism from these UK political opponents, is going to be here. We are looking forward to having that. But you know what? We'll jump into the meat of this conversation when we return back from this break. To join us again.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now to our very first story. The federal government has fixed July 23rd and 24th, 2025 for a national forum to address rising concerns over petrol pricing and supply. The meeting, organized by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, will involve marketers, refiners, and government officials to discuss price stability and crude oil availability. Industry leaders have raised concerns over sudden price changes and lack of transparency, especially with Dangote refineries' price decisions. The authority confirmed that Nigeria has 10 refineries, needing over 1 million barrels of crude daily, and warned that the feedstock shortages may affect supply as new refineries begin operations by 2026. I want to pick on Doc. This looks like, this is not the first time it's like the voice or the direction of this conversation is against the very man who has set up this, this huge enterprise worth about $20 billion. And it's like they are coming for him again. What do you think?
Well, I think it's part of the confusion that Africans we have to grapple with. Like they say, when purpose are not known, abuse become inevitable. And I think these are some of the issues that Africans deal with from time to time. Somehow, we may need to define what model of government are we going to run. Are we going to run a market economy? Are we creating an oligopoly where you have to bring everybody into like a cooperative and they determine and set prices for goods and services to be sold? But we have to stick with a model. And so that when we are going to interrogate that model, it will be interrogated based on their merit, not a conflation of ideas, and some of them directly contradictory. Now, what challenge do we have here that we said, okay, we want a market-driven price for petrol, and if that is what it is, now government can create some buffer somewhere, which of course is a purpose of government to intervene when prices are not stable and create that buffer where those who are doing the business, they are able to stay in between, and then they are not losing so much. But Dangote has proven to us that it is possible for us to do business and make profit and not or losses. And I think this is what a number of people are not able to come to terms with. And I think this is a real struggle. If you remember all the negotiation, whether with NLC, Pegason, and all the rest of the institutions that have been in this environment for this very long time, the Nigerian state that has created the rent-seeking avenue for people who are fighting for the masses, in quotes, has always been there, because in the pricing template of petrol, they have been factored in. So whether they are the truck owners, whether they are the truck drivers association, whether they are the tank farm owner, everybody has been factored into the price of petrol. Somehow, if a vessel of petrol arrived in Nigeria, we are talking about the pricing template. So we're not even looking at the elements or the inputs that goes into the business itself. We're saying, okay, for the truck owners, we put 6 naira as part of the price.
Okay.
For tank farm loss, we put 10 naira. For NAPC operation, we put 20 naira. So we're not actually pricing petrol based on what is the landing cost of petrol and what is the margin that those who brought the petrol should get. That's not the way it works. So there was a pricing template that has been created, and this is what people have been running by for years.
Okay.
Now, Dangote is not going to use a pricing template for anybody. Because it's a private business.
Okay.
And this is why you see that marketers, and you're seeing that people who are supposed to be patronizing him, because that pricing template is not built into what he's doing, they are not comfortable. And they are driving this narrative so that, what do you call, the regulators can sit everybody down and say, okay, you need to sell at our price, because they still have the opportunity to bring petrol into this country. And I think there's a whole lot of demystification we need to do in this environment.
Great.
So that they can be transparent enough that based on this landing cost of petrol, this is what we are charging. So what other factor are we putting in? What is the profit margin and what are people making? And you will find that petrol can still be cheaper. And this is the frustration that we always talk about on this.
All right, so Souq, is it that marketers are scared of the man who has, the financial chest to dominate the market as it is now when it comes to, because government has deregulated. He has, bought for himself trucks that can deliver this product across the country. And then when they saw the competition, they felt like, oh, this guy is going to kick us out of business, because it looks like he has the potential and the capacity to serve the local and domestic economy and also the foreign economy. Or what exactly is their fear? What's your perspective?
Okay, just like Doc said, when he said something about the template, he did not want to add this because they are also part of the elite, his people. Now, that particular template is corruption riddled. He gave the numbers, but he didn't add that particular one, because you are accommodating for somebody that is not, whose investment is not part of that accommodation. The same thing was going to, what is it called, the subsidy money. Okay. We are accommodating and paying people that their names are just on paper. But now, just like he said, we'll have a private business. Change is what we cannot stop. It's our responsibility to move with change. When email came, a lot of postal services started dying. Those who are outside this country had to also change. But our online post decided to be Wall of Gibraltar. And you know where they are right now. The same thing should happen to everybody in this place. If we say we are deregulating, then let's fully deregulate. The Nigerian mainstream, downstream, they have no business controlling price. That's none of their business. What they should be worried about right now is supply. Once it comes to supply, yes, let's talk. When it comes to price control, that's a capital no. Now, there's going to be a problem. Now, it's a government agency. NNPC, we are still looking whether NNPC owns us or we own NNPC. It's also a government agency. They are, I don't know who is controlling who. Now they have a competition. And that competition is Dangote. Remember NNPC drills, NNPC exports, NNPC imports, NNPC refines, supposedly. NNPC is also in the downstream with pump stations. Now they have a competitor. And that competitor has proven that in the last 30 years, what they've been doing, one person can do it. So there's a big conflict.
Okay.
So this is a lot of the things we are seeing playing out. Now, for the distribution, if you remember some time ago, marketers and truck owners came up and were giving issues. Pengasson turned to a very strong pillar. One day we woke up in the news and Dangote said he's going to supply fuel to the uttermost part of Nigeria. And told even if you don't have money, just drop 50%. I will financially, once you come up with your bank and they can assure you, I will take up the other 50% and you pay over time. So these are all playing out. Okay. So it will be easier for Dangote when BU come in. Now we have two stronger people, not just one company, not one entity. Now they are saying 10 refineries. Can they mention those 10 refineries? This is where the world is.
Okay. Yeah, but I think they are measurable. We have two refineries in Port Harcourt. Yes. We have the petrochemical.
Three from NNPC.
Those particular NNPCs are the refining.
We have modular.
No, let's just start calculating if they are refining.
We have two modular in Benin, and then of course, BU is doing a very big one, 200,000 barrel capacity.
We are looking towards 26, 27.
26, 27. So all of these are coming into operation. But let's even assume that we are going to be selling 1 million barrels of crude to local refining. That is what it is at the moment. Currently, we're told recently that Nigeria is doing now 1.7 million barrels.
I think it's 1.6.
1.68 or 1.6.
Yeah, and I think with the clearing of the barrels, say 1.7 at the moment. Now, if you have 1.7 barrels, all we just need to do is to drive a little bit forward and see whether we can get to the 2.1 that Mr. President promises us. And so, if that can happen, people can have supply necessary. But I think the problem is just beyond supply. It's the opacity that we have in the system. Because when you have a lot of all these bottlenecks, all it creates is room for rent-seeking. People just want to take money without work. And what Mahatma Gandhi called one of the 7 social sins, wealth without work. And I think that has prevailed too long in Nigeria. There's a need for us to begin to demystify that environment where people will need to work before the end. Okay. And like they did in the time of the Enlightenment in Europe, if you don't work, don't eat.
All right. Thank you very much. Olumide, there's this specific thing that I want to know, though you can just join this with your perspective. It looks like if Dangote continues in this trajectory, for me, I think the marketers are just scared that is coming to swallow the system. But is it also possible that they are discussing what we talked about on this table some time ago, that the quota of oil that the NNPCL gives to Dangote must be sold at a specific price for the benefit of the man at the ebb of society? Because since petrol price internationally has gone up, the price normally supposed to go up domestically. That will benefit the government, but it will be a disadvantage to the man at the ebb of society. Could it be the same argument the marketers are pushing?
Well, you know, it's funny how before the advent of Dangote, we were all singing his praises that when Dangote comes, he's going to change the whole thing, he's going to revolutionize the whole oil market. And now that he's here, we seem to be getting more criticism from these oil marketers. Now, I understand the fact that they feel, or according to their own defense, they feel that if they import oil at a certain amount and they're hoping to get certain profits by selling, and Dangote comes with a price reduction, it affects them.
Yes.
And we understand that. I mean, Doc was trying to make something like that, similar stuff like that yesterday when we were talking about car manufacturers and import car dealers who import cars and all that. So I understand that, but I think from what Souq is saying also, feedstock shortage, we need to solve that. Now, Souq was talking about how many oil refineries we have. We have about 10 of them according to NNDPRA. We have about 3 from NNPC. We have Dangote. Then we have about 6 modular refineries coming into operation, hopefully 2026. And if all this come into operation, I believe we should see price reduction. But then again, my own question is, are we actually operating a deregulated market? That is something we need to...
If we are really operating a deregulated market.
Yes, we need to actually... So I hope this gathering will be able to solve that. Are we actually... Is the government actually saying that, okay, this market has been deregulated fully, and let's know what's the way forward.
So before we leave this topic, I'm going to get a position for you and Doc before we leave to the next conversation. Yes, Souq.
Okay, now, you're talking about supply. We keep saying this on this table. I'll still call your name. We have just one president now till the next election cycle. And you've done a whole lot of cleanup in this particular sector. For the first time, we are seeing NNPC shake, not NNPC calling your bluff. So, dear President, whatever we are pulling out from the ground right now, let's export. Let's pay the debt we don't know how long we'll be paying it. But let's get Dangote, let's get Bill, let's get people like them who have oil fields that are dormant. We have the new ones in the Middle Belt, in North Bauchi and Co. Let's get them to invest in that particular sector. Let them pull out their own crude. It must not be something big. We can get the states also involved. True. I don't know if we must not wait for the Seplat, the Mobile, to drill. Get the locals to drill. It's not difficult. That way, no matter how little they collage and now send for local refining. That way, Nigeria will produce more. and we'll have less stress on whatever we are trying to make exporting oil.
Great. Now, Chooks, whilst that idea sounds very, very brilliant, do remember that he just set up a refinery for $20 billion.
Let's
just a moment. So, $20 billion. When you talk about the drilling, which is the not complete offshore, but shallow waters drilling, and all the infrastructure that is going to be required, and those oil licenses and the ones that have been left aground, that's quite capital intensive. Doc, would you suggest we go the same direction, or you're not going with that perspective?
You see, I'm a free market advocate, and that's why I am. You see, I really do not believe that the role of government is to control the economy. The basic role of government is to facilitate the economic space. And what do I mean by this? Government creates enablers for people to do business. If you are afraid that Dangote is going to give you trouble, you can give money to somebody else who can do business to challenge him. And so we don't need to be afraid of anybody. I say, whether you call it monopoly or whatever name you call it, but what is important is that at the end of the day, it's the masses that gain. I don't want to care where petrol comes from. As long as in the pump is cheap. Available. And then it's making the salary that I'm earning every month a little conserved in my pocket. That works. So I don't care the face or the color of the man producing it. Now, if a person who is black like me is producing it and is taking my money from my pocket, that is the disaster. So let the market hands determine it. If these guys are tired of business, they can go and start to produce corn and cassava. And let the man who can produce petrol start to produce petrol. Okay. It's as simple as that. Right. So nobody forces you to be inside the oil industry. And then you're not trying to muzzle government to come and stop a competition that should benefit the people because of your own private gain. And I think that for me is what it is. There are a lot of farmland. They can do corn farm, do cassava farm, if they can't do petrol sale. Great. And then the man has bought his truck, so they allow him to go and distribute his petrol and stop having meetings. That we take more money from our pockets.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I think they heard Doc very well. So let's move on to our next story. In June 2025, Nigeria's National Assembly approved a second extension of the capital component of the 2024 national budget, pushing its implementation to deadline December 31st, 2025. Relatedly, this development has further consolidated the government's culture of running multiple budgets in a single fiscal year. The culture started in 2023-2024 budget cycle. The move, while legally permissible under the Appropriation Act and Finance Act provision, has reignited debate over whether such rollovers reflect policy continuity or expose a systemic execution gap. The National Assembly's rationale was clear: allow ministries, departments, and agencies to complete ongoing capital projects and avoid wasteful abandonment. Yet, critics argue that this repeated rollover from December 2024 to June 2025 and now to the year end signals weak procurement planning, cash flow constraints, and a credibility crisis in public finance management. Doc, there's an allegation against both the executive arm of government and the judicial arm, the legislative arm of government and executive arm of government. And these are coming from experts when you talk about public finance and budget management. And the critic was that in 2023, we had about 3 budgets running. The 2023 budget,
supplementary,
the 2023 supplementary budget, and the 2024 budget. I was wondering, okay, if we are still in 2023, how come 2024 budget is operating in that year? So they need to clarify that. In 2024, we also have the supplementary components of the 2023 budget running. Then we have the 2024 budget running. We have a supplementary 2024 budget running. This is 2025. We had the 2025 budget running. The 2024 budget
was extended and to be terminated in June. We got to June, it has now been extended to
yes.
the 31st of December 2025. So that means we have like 3 budgets running, and experts are like, we need to advise the world on how to run the economy, because when it comes to Nigeria, the economic model that we use in running the budget is something that people there's this gap in their mouth, like, how did you do that? 2024 budget is still running. I think we should make clarity that it's the capital expenditure component part of the budget that is still operating. Doctor?
Yes, but I think there's no need to raise undue alarms.
Okay.
About
what should we do? We should just stand on the wall.
There's no need to raise undue alarms. You see, the problem we have, and I think I've said this time without number, there's no nation that can grow over and above the competence and the capacity of its civil service. We must put that and factor that into some of all these issues. What government tries to avoid is what a lot of people on the street will not see. And this is what happened to us. From January till August, we are playing, nothing is happening.
And the budget is in existence.
Yes, the budget is in existence, nothing is happening. Nobody is drawing money.
Great.
Now, by the time you are approaching September and October, you will see a craze of requisition to the Office of the Accountant General for approvals, to Office of the Bureau for Public Procurement for approvals, contracts that are going to be done. But with in mind that, of course, you know that the extension of that contract ends by December 31st of that year. So if you don't finish the money by the end of the year, what do? You are supposed to refund the money back to the account. Yes. And a whole lot of dirty things happen around 30 December.
We've added 30 December to civil service?
Yes.
Okay.
So these are the problem, and these are the lacunas. So why do I need to return the money for a project that is not completed? Because we are going to do another evaluation for the next fiscal year. So it's like re-awarding that contract, which maybe they have just poured sand on the ground if it's a road construction or works. And they give you those arguments that, it's rainy season, you can't start road projects. And so the budget is not implemented until we are getting close to dry season. So, but the whole idea is just a malfeasance in the system that is causing this thing. So what the government has tried to do is to say, look, don't worry. The project has been awarded. Continue executing it until the end of December. So we don't suffer loss. So for me, it's not a problem. It's finding a problem to a solution, which has been there since time immemorial. It's not just 2023. You see, because the Appropriation Act and the Constitution of Nigeria says that for a fiscal year, if the budget is not approved on time, you can actually spend up to 60% of the budget of the previous year until the appropriation is announced. You understand that? So that is a provision. So that has been in operation ever since the democracy, Fourth Republic started. But what we have right now is a government trying to see how to balance. But there was a specific and peculiar condition that happened last year, 2024, because the medium-term framework for expenditure that the president inherited was prepared by the previous administration. And if we come to see that a lot of things that has happened...
That's for 2023.
Yes, for 2023. Now, it was running through 2023, the medium-term expenditure framework, upon which the budget of 2023 was written. Now, the basic assumptions on those budgets Many of them do not sit with this government. So the government needed the assumptions to be queried and write new assumptions for their own midterm economic expenditure framework. How are we going to spend? So that delayed the process of the submission of the appropriation bill for 2025.
Okay.
So it created that lacuna and the gap. So the time, as at September, and I remember September or August when I was having conversation with the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, even those in the budget office in the ministries really had no clear instruction or directions on what to do.
Okay.
So it's like what, of course, the 8th National Assembly called the doctrine of necessity is what actually is responsible for this concurrent running of the budget.
Great.
But I think for me, the gaps can be maintained because the documents are the same. And I've told you, and I said it on authority from a Public Account Committee of both House of Representatives and Senate, that they are yet to even start considering the budget of 2023.
2025?
2023.
2023.
Audit of budget of 2023 is not started.
Okay.
So they can be audited. And yes, of course, it can be audited. Okay. So, because since the audit is already a post-mortem exercise, yes, that of course you do it after the fact. So we can actually audit, and I don't think that there'll be room to cover up anything.
Great. It looks like that auditing might come in 2027 for 2023 budget. So,
and the rate at which it's going, that might come in 2030 something. There's this particular normal saying that what is worth doing is worth doing well. We should not excuse people on whatever ground when you don't do their job. 2023 came, 2023 finished, December 31st. It ends there. That budget ends there. Whatever was not done should go back to where the money came from. And we'll start again because between October to December, all those ministries will submit a budget for the next year. So when we are still running a budget of 2023 and 2024, now I was expecting that by 2024, whatever corrections should have been made. If it goes too far, by the end of 2024, December, we should have a one-year budget. What we couldn't achieve last year, we'll put in the next budget for the next year. But now we are running this and we are running this. How do we account for
spendings in each budget?
The transparency is not there.
No. I don't think that issues with... No, because it's a document. These are written documents.
Yes, it's a written document.
It's a written document.
Yes.
So, in 2024...
They are not codes. They are not computer codes.
No. In 2024...
Not being done by AI. They are human beings involved.
You just understand this. In 2024, we are doing coastal road. We are doing 30 kilometers of coastal road. That's what we are doing. In 2025, we are moving from kilometer 40 to kilometer 80. That's what is on 2025. So, for me, whatever money that is earmarked to do the project, 2024, without necessarily going back now for a revision, which is where and the biggest problem in contracting in Nigeria. That's where the elephant in the room is.
Okay.
So the evaluation of contract. So if I start a project, like building this house now, and this house, I stop at a certain point. Now I'm going to continue next year. Now the contractor is bringing a new bill for re-evaluation. And I'm going to re-evaluate this contract and say, oh, inflation has come. The contract that you see originally that was signed for 38 billion now is moving to 300 billion. And somebody is going to make so much money for it. And so for me, the simple thing to do is to say, finish your job. When you finish, come and retire whatever thing you spend. I don't think that will impede on transparency.
Chooks, I needed you to land so I can get Olumide's input.
For contracts are dropped not just based on money but also on time frame. How long is this going to take you to execute this?
Yes.
And you make budget based on that. Now, do you pay out completely? That depends on the organization or the government arm that is handling that particular contract. They also have supervisors, be them government, be them private. So all these are accommodated in that budget fiscal year. Whatever is rolled over based on what was in the budget on the time frame you're supposed to execute. So if the contractor did not execute based on the time frame and it's not the fault of whoever is releasing the funds, then that is his fault. We need to start holding people responsible for their jobs and not excuse them. If the civil servant is responsible for us running 2 budgets in the same fiscal year, that is wrong. We shouldn't tolerate it. We shouldn't even accommodate it. Doesn't matter who.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Olumide.
It's quite interesting. Sometimes when you look at some of the fiscal policies that this government have rolled out, you smile, and sometimes you feel like, what are they doing? It's quite interesting what Souq said here. I even want to take it further. If you are supposed to complete a particular contract and there's a budget for it and you're not able to complete it, I feel you should refund back the money. Let's start creating laws whereby you are being given a time frame, and if you don't complete it within that time frame, you refund back the money.
You see, Olumide,
this is
no. I want to. You see, we are speaking academics here. Yes, it's academics. No, wait. We are speaking academics here. You need to understand. In short, on Sunday, this past Sunday, I met a man in church and he was telling me, and he said, you know, I still go to Abuja for my money. This project was executed in 2012.
The project was executed in 2012.
Is even complete.
Okay.
Executed. So it's not as if
somebody is responsible to pay.
Wait.
Somebody is responsible to supervise.
The money is not there. The money is not there.
Why did you go to the project?
What I'm saying to you is this is a problem, and this is what I'm telling you. Like we have said this thing before on this tape, but the procurement says that if agencies don't have money, they should not procure. That's the law. But they all procure in anticipation of funds to come. Now, when you now enter into this procurement process, and you say, oh, you have fund to procure. Now, by the time fund is disbursed to the Accountant General receive fund, approvals and the rest of it from the relevant bodies and agencies and stakeholders, then of course they are disbursing money to you. The contract sum could be like 30 billion for this contract. And now they are going to give you a mobilization, maybe 20% of 30 billion to start the job. So you have done the job up to a certain point. Whether you have spent the 30 billion, the 20% given to you or not is another thing. So by the end of the year, it's not that you have received the entire total sum of the budget. No, they have not paid you up front. Government doesn't have money to pay you. So but by the time that financial year ends, there will not be a new documentation for this contract. So that opened the windows for the contractors to send in variations. To say, yes, so remember this thing, this contract, we actually signed it in 2022. Now, in 2022, now this contract, you didn't give me mobilization until around November. So I got the mobilization in November. Now I have even made some losses.
Can I ask a question? Is this format okay? Is it right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you.
But is it right?
I'm not saying it's right. But what I'm saying
we should not tolerate it.
No. What I'm saying to you is that this is what has been in operation. And so the country is going through a phase of reform. I told you here the other day, they said since hunters have started shooting without missing, birds are flying now, they don't want to perch. See, there are a lot of things that you need to use diplomacy to solve. It's like saying you want to disband the entire civil service. It's not possible, because this thing is deeply rooted. That's why I'm saying to you, there is no country that can rise above the level of competence and the capacity of its public office. Okay. So we must need to find a way to deal with this issue so that we don't grind the system completely. And I think those are the administrative steps that we see that are happening. Okay, and I don't see anything strange about them.
I think this issue just boils down on transparency and accountability. That's just the 2 words for me.
Across board.
Okay, so Doc, one thing I want to say is that the same law, the Appropriation Act, the provisions permits budgets to run concurrently in the Appropriation Act. So on the part of the contractor, we cannot say all the budgets or all the contracts that have been given out, we don't have all the money that is given out for that purpose. Even though we've heard stories where even the ones that have been given out complete, that contractors are not even on site, including the ones that they have been given mobilization fee. You don't find them on site. They just probably go there, park their trucks, or some of these are caterpillars on the construction site, and they leave and they just fold their hands waiting for this scenario you just painted. And when the next fiscal year comes, they just come out with a document and say, hey, yeah, it is. And because it is being approved or given leeway by even the Appropriation Act, it looks like a connivance between the legislative arm of government that have been saddled with the responsibility to give oversight functions to these projects, you know, by way of legislative. It could be that the House Committee on Works is supposed to monitor specific roads, either in the Federal Capital Territory or in a different part in town. But because they know this, because some people say these contractors cannot do this independently by themselves, that there's some form of, you know, institutional connivance. How do we address that issue? Because he talked about weak procurement planning, cash flow constraint, which is what you've pointed out, and credibility crisis in public finance management. Yeah, some of the, does it prevent what we have in the 2024 budget? It does not. It has not prevented it, like you said, from reflecting in 2025 budget.
Yeah, you see, that was what I was trying to explain to you yesterday. That it was a smart thinking of the Minister of FCT to get away into the lacuna that created this crisis that led him to be able to do some speedy work in FCT, which people can see today. Because you see this problem. And it's everywhere. It's in the states, it's in the local government. But you see, what problem you've seen here, and we cannot run away from that fact, that many of us have not come to accept the state as our property. That's the problem. So, Peter Eke had this argument of the two publics, the primordial public and the civic public. And he argued that if we can transfer the loyalty that we have for the primordial to the state, it will become something that is nice. I tell you, in my village, if somebody gets civil service job, it's called the white man's job. Up to tomorrow. That orientation has not changed.
Meaning it's very lucrative.
It's not lucrative. It's a stranger's job.
Okay.
They don't see it as your own. So even people who are getting into public office, why do you think the scandal that follow recruitments into public enterprises, that people are selling slots and they are buying slots, you think it is for public good? No. Because that entity is seen as a no man's land that they should be pillaged. That is an orientation. And that's why I keep saying that until our minds are rewired to understand that these resources belong to all of us, then we will not get out of this quagmire. Okay. Because what I'm saying, the picture I'm painting to you now, if you go to ministries in January to August, you won't see activities. Okay. Activity happens when it is close to the end of the year, and that place when everybody is moving up and down, it opens doors for these sharp practices. Okay. So what these administrative measures try to curb is that yes, you will still have 12 months to do this job. So you can be monitored through it. Right, that's what I see. So I don't think it will impinge on its transparency or accountability, because the line items are clear, the documents are clear that award this contract or allow for this procurement, and they can be tracked and they can be monitored.
Great. As we round up in this conversation, yes, Olumide.
So what I would like to ask or throw on the table is, like what Doc said, is it possible to not approve budgets or contracts if funds are not necessarily available?
That's the law.
That is not being followed.
Thank you.
But obeyed in the breach.
Thank you. So is it actually possible for us to only approve budgets that funds are necessarily available? Let's focus on that, because if we approve something and the fund is not available, what happens the next year? It's carried over to the next year? It comes again, or is it repackaged in another? So these are things I feel we should start looking at.
Okay. All right.
Let's obey our own constitution. Let's obey our own.
There's something Doc said. He didn't really hit on it, and that has to do with systemic corruption. We have unknowingly entrenched it into a way of life and planning government works. Typical example, the president in 2025 budget, he put his benchmark for crude at how much?
So,
60, 65, between 60 and 65. It went to National Assembly, and National Assembly took it to 75. I don't know who their prophet or who exactly was prophesying. These are things we should be specific. If government is projecting to make 100 million naira, let's have a budget that does not exceed 100 million naira.
Thank you.
National budget. If we can be that specific in planning, it will trickle down. And not have a budget, we are budgeting 50 something trillion when it's not within our powers to make 50 trillion. And we're now making a budget whereby we're looking at borrowing over 50-60% to fund the budget.
Great.
Let's see that change in this administration.
Okay.
And let's not excuse civil servants. They are answerable to law. We just need to change.
Great. Thank you so much. And I will, as we prepare to take our next story, I will also add that if the way we prepare our budgets, our forecasted revenue, the government would have seen that, okay, our forecast would be XYZ trillion amount of money. Currently, we have XYZ as revenue. So that means what we have currently, it could just be a quarter of our expectation. So because our expectation is now based on the sale of crude oil, we can even forecast and make provisions for projects that we may not have the money to fulfill in the new fiscal year. So I don't think the government can write that off completely, because if we do that, a lot of things are going to lag behind. And like you rightly said, the civil service are answerable. To who? Because the executive arm of government should make that available. You have the EFCC and the ICPC, they should beam their searchlight. Why don't we have activities taking place within January and August? Why? That explanation needs to be made. Now, we're going to break. When we return, we'll jump into other stories. It's Souq Business News, reaching you live from our studios. We'll be back in a moment.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from these, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1976.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, despite global economic strains from post-pandemic disruptions, geopolitical tensions, and climate change and challenges, Nigeria's economy has remained resilient. However, the growth has failed to meaningfully improve citizens' living standards, largely due to a difficult business climate with over 39 million micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, making up nearly 97% of Nigeria businesses and providing 90% of jobs, improving the ease of doing business, especially at the state levels, is key to inclusive economic prosperity. Recent assessment of subnational performance show mixed progress Lagos and Kano have led to digitizing services and property registration. Rivers and Anambra improved tax policies, while Ogun State and Akwa Ibom states focused on infrastructure and energy access. Abuja and Enugu enhanced credit access for small and businesses, and experts say that deeper forms targeted regulations, infrastructure expansion, and inclusive finance are also vital to unlocking regional potential, driving investment and strengthening Nigeria's overall economic stability. Well, I have been waiting for this, stories like this, long before now. Why, you may ask? And that's not far-fetched, because since the subsidy is gone announcement, there's also been this assessment that states now currently have more monies in their pockets. And when the citizens cry out to the federal government, they have been redirected back to the subnational government, to their state's government, because they felt, currently as we speak, there's more money in their pocket. We mentioned some of the states and the peculiarity of some of the industries and sectors that they have been engaged in, talking about production and all of that. Chooks, do you think subnational governments are really doing much for their citizens, or maybe the citizens don't want to put that responsibility on the shoulders of their state governors that are still looking at the federal government?
We've been wired to think falsely for too long a time. We came from pre-independent, post-independent, and everybody always looking at the center. When the regions fell, when the regions were collapsed, let me use that. Everybody's looking at the center. We've had presidents or heads of states who stand and tell you that we are the solution. So they kept making the states weaker. They made the chiefdoms, they made the kingdoms, the chiefdoms very weak, created new kings, created new autonomous communities. Then they went to local government, created a whole lot of local government. Then they went to states, created a whole lot of states. Now everybody now looks at the center, which is not supposed to be. I directly have no business with Tinubu. I have a business with my councillor. I have a business with my local government chairman. Then if it's serious, then I have a business with those that stand to the State House or National Assembly. Those are the people I should have business with. But now all of us have been wired to look at Tinubu, which is wrong. Now we need to refocus. Over 90% of small businesses power this economy, not NNPC, not Shell, not Seplat, not Dangote. Now for these businesses, the less expenses they make, the more profit they can make. The longer their businesses can stay, the better living conditions they have. But now most of these businesses depend on power. They depend on a lot of subsidies that hitherto were coming from the government, be it through NEPA, be it through fuel subsidy, be it those that were in agri had a whole lot of subsidy on fertilizers, on extension workers, and all that. Those within the medical field had a whole lot of subsidies, access to healthcare, primary health centers. But within the local government, down to the state, a lot of this have gone. Okay. It's shameful for you to see federal government building primary health centers. That should not be. It's only maybe in Lagos you still see a lot of primary health centers functioning and functioning very well.
Under the management of the state?
Of local government.
Okay, local government.
Yes, the health centers are on local government and they are functioning well. Even in some of your HMOs, you see the health centers as part of those that offer HMOs, but I don't think they should be there in the first place. Because even if you go there, they're not collecting monies from you. You're not paying. Except maybe for the drugs, but the drugs are also subsidized. We should see this reflect down to local and state government, whereby every small business, you take these expenses off them. The more viable they are, their living conditions will improve. And the businesses, whatever the business they can grow, can also on its own grow. They will see a better economy, not just on paper, not on statistics, but it has to reflect on the people.
Okay. All right. So now, Olumide, yes, please, your perspective in this.
Well, it's quite interesting the way Souq has laid it down. I remember there was a time Wike said that go and ask your governors what they are doing with their security votes, and all hell let loose. Just like Souq has rightly said, there are some roads in Lagos that has been there. I don't want to mention it. It has been there for years. And that road has a local government. It's under a local government. It's under an LCDA. It's under somebody's authority. What's happening? Why hasn't it been? But they will say, oh, it's the governor. It's the governor. It's the governor. Why are we not looking at the grass? Why are we not looking at our councillors, the ward chairman, the local? What are they doing? Now, I'm happy that we are now getting in that MSMEs contribute 95%. They are the ones creating these jobs it's not the Dangotes and all that. So what can the government, what can the state government now do to encourage this? Thank God for the new tax reforms. They would also get to benefit from this. But state government, how can you help them? Electricity, good roads, affordable. You just need to make affordable transportation. You just need to make sure that these things are actually there. So that, yes, we can actually say, when they say minimum with the 70,000 or what, we can actually say, yes, I earned something and I'm actually benefiting from what I'm earning.
Okay, thank you. Now, Doc, I have a concern. I know Mr. Souq and Olumide have this stick and hammer to the state government, shaking it at them, and local government that, look, you must do your job. But I think the federal government still needs to do more. Why will I be pointing my finger at the federal government? Currently, if you look at the revenue sharing formula between these three levels of government, the federal government still goes on with a large chunk of the money, almost half, almost 50% of the money. And the state goes on probably with 25% of the money. Then local government probably
have you asked yourself why they are doing
with 22%. Then the rest go to statutory transfers and all of that.
The same federal government is building primary health centers, building secondary health centers.
Okay, so if you want the state
they
to
are
do
not
that,
supposed to do that.
Why don't you give the money to state government?
Why because the states have failed over time.
Just a moment. Let me get Doc's input.
Well, I think we have stated this over and over. The feeding bottle kind of federalism that we run is actually responsible for this trend. The way federalism is supposed to be wired is an agreement by constituent units to come together on certain matters, especially where both of them require some energy to be able to pull together to have a competitive or comparative advantage. That is where the agreements are, and where individual states are able to exercise their comparative advantage, and those areas are left to the whims and caprices of those federating units. But what our federation has done is that over a year, we have concentrated all revenue in the hands of the federal government. It's not actually as the federal government is actually taking more. In short, as a matter of fact, it's now overly evident that more money actually comes to state and local government if you combine it together. That of all, for example, of all the consolidated revenue fund that comes, about 54% gets to state and local government when you share. So, but the bulk is with one government, which is about 46% or 45%, is what is with the federal government, and it's one entity. But what do you see? Is this the federal government that's actually dispersing and distributing to some of the states? I usually use my state, for example, Edo State. Except, for example, that you have an institution like UBEC that is funded by the federal government, donor agency, and then, of course, contribution from the state, which they hardly contribute. There will be no school in my state because the secondary school that is actually state control don't have teachers. Anybody can take a camera to go and verify. The current government is just trying to recruit teachers now into the secondary school. You go to a secondary school, you have 3 teachers, and you're expecting people who are going to build spacecraft to be graduated from that place. So these are the kind of things that you find because nobody is actually turning attention on the state government. Look at all the conversation that we are having today. As people are shaking hands across the Niger in the name of coalitions, these are men that have run states. And there's no evidence to show that they have done well in their states. There's no memorability or memorial they have left behind that somebody can say, oh, 10 years ago, somebody did rule in my state, and that's what left behind. I'm from Edo State. In the 1970s, Ogbemudia ruled Edo State. Up to tomorrow, I can go to a state and point to structure built by Ogbemudia. It's no longer there. Some of all these people that are running around in our political space today, they have governed state. It's not even up to 10 years. There is no memorial that they have left behind. And today they are on a rescue mission. And we know what they want to rescue. So this is a problem, because nobody is actually turning attention on what states are doing or what they are not able to do. So we focus that, okay, since everybody go to Abuja with the cap in their hand begging, then you take money from Abuja, and all they do is to sit down and see how to share this money. And no development is happening. Because if 36 states of federation, everybody is doing what they're supposed to do to cater for their citizens, the federal government will have less load to carry. Okay. But I think that the government needs to actually unbundle itself by allowing states to control their resources and pay royalty to the federal, as the case may be, so that, of course, the government can actually take their hands off the liability and let people know where the locus of power actually is.
Great.
Don't forget, the states will still
that
go and
is
borrow.
where I'm going, because Souq is like the states cannot be trusted. The states have failed in their own responsibility. The states have failed. The state does not have this competence, the capacity. The state this, the state that. Why is the state? Wait, just a moment. Just what makes you think the federal government is running away from allowing the states to contribute or to have control of their own resources and to pay royalties to the center, so that all other subnationals will not go cap or in hand to go looking for survival at the federal capital territory?
Okay, let's look at history. How did we get here? If you don't know where it started to beat you, you won't even know where it stopped.
That's what your countryman said.
Now, before we had the first coup, we had regions that were working in quote. Now, a lot of the things that were built and legacy they were still saying today were built by those regions. Then oil came. We had the coup, we had the military era, and people needed to consolidate power and control. So they kept making the center stronger and making the federating unit weaker. So it was a deliberate attempt. Now the question we now ask, all those that were in the state at that point in time, what did they do? We can't excuse ourselves, because everybody was now looking at it, okay, good and fine, now the federal is stronger. Let's also struggle to get to the federal. So it doesn't matter which region you came from. When they got to the federal, they did worse than those that were before them did. Those that couldn't win or those that couldn't control, what did they do? They created more states. Local government or areas you could not win or take over, you broke it down and created more local governments. Those that saw people that were not loyal to them, you broke down their kingdoms and created more kings. It's the same thing that we've been doing. So they are all guilty. That's what I'm telling you. Okay. So the states, we can't exonerate them, because who are the state governors? They are still the same one. They are still lying in the same bed with whoever is in the center. So it was never about the people. So until we start seeing it about the people, about the country, then we'll move forward. The center is too strong to move this country forward.
Great. Olumide, we are about going to our next story. Your take.
Well, just like Souq rightly said, I feel that people need to start holding their state government accountable. And state government should now try as much as possible to formulate policy tools that they can use to support these MSMEs. Come up with I know Lagos, I know some other states are actually doing well. Let's give it to them. But what about some other states? What are they actually doing? We heard of a state that awarded 100 million naira for gutters. And what happened?
Some are marrying for their citizens who don't have money to afford it. And they are not considering how the children will be raised.
I like what Doctor said. Let's allow states mind their resources, and you give back royalties or whatever. Let's now see what excuse these state governors would give when you allow them control the resources from their state. I believe then we will start to see the true people who are actually working, and those who are just there to just I will not use that.
You know, it was Sam Adeyemi I was listening to this morning, and he was talking how the poverty culture has shaped the way we think. And so there's a way poverty has so wired us, and the way we see things, we see it from that poverty perspective. And so just imagine an environment where people are supposed to give you electricity, and they don't give you electricity. And then when they, after 10 hours, no electricity, and it's suddenly come, everybody shout up, NEPA. We are so happy. And if they manage to give you for 2 hours or 3 hours, there's no blink, and say, they have tried today. So that poverty culture makes us to glorify incompetence. Yes, and this is what it is. So state government is giving wheelbarrow to their children to be pushing. And they say they are empowering them.
Yes. Shoemaker kits to empower.
So these are the issues that we need to have to deal with. Because they are fundamental, but unfortunately, we don't seem to be looking at that. How do you marry for a man who has no job?
Thank you.
How do you expect that guy to feed his children?
Social.
If they are born.
So
this is the kind of things that are so happening in the state, and they are quite very frustrating. And I think it's because the federal government has shielded the state for too long. And I think it's the time, and Mr. President has started with what he has done with the local government autonomy. He should just go ahead without firing a bullet and allow states to control their resources. Okay. And then, of course, everybody can answer their father's name.
Great. In that specific case, it's like people will be jostling to become state governors, not president of the federal.
I can go to a door and contest for local government.
Exactly.
And I will support you.
And that will be creating a very strong political system that will have the capacity to drive Nigeria forward economically and otherwise. Now to our final story. We're moving offshore. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is set to visit Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa this July in a historic trade mission aimed at strengthening cultural ties and boosting businesses between London and Africa. The 5-day visit will take Khan and a delegation of London businesses to Lagos, Accra, Johannesburg, and Cape Town under the Grow London Global Program. According to Khan, Africa's fast-growing population, expanding tech hubs, and business potential make it a key partner for future investment and collaboration with the United Kingdom capital. Okay, the announcement came during his visit to Fly Nigeria, or Flygarians, a Nigerian restaurant in Peckham, where he interacted with diaspora entrepreneurs. While the move has been welcomed by the African communities in London, it also drew criticism from political opponents who accused him of neglecting local responsibilities, including a key vote on Oxford streets and redevelopment. Now, despite this, Khan emphasized that the importance of celebrating African contribution to London and building bridges that benefit both regions economically and culturally. Chooks, do you think his visit is coming to promote Africa, or is just to strengthen ties between Number 10 and Aso Rock Villa?
Aso Rock Villa has nothing to do with this. Okay. People are very intentional when it comes to business, and the mayor of London is here for business. He knows the amount of businesses that is coming from Lagos, Accra, and Johannesburg to London. He knows. He knows the amount of students that are coming from these places to London. He knows. He knows what has happened in the last 6 months, both from student visas and both from African businesses. He knows the conflict that has happened, so he's coming here to resolve it, to improve business in London. He's not coming here because he wants to improve. He has nothing to offer us here in Lagos. He has nothing to offer them in South Africa. He's coming here to make sure that the business that is coming to London improves, get better. So this is where we should start seeing it. He's coming here to market his London.
Great. Doctor, some time ago, Keir Starmer, Labour in Congress, said they were fighting, they were going to reduce immigration, the number of immigrants coming from some African countries or some countries, and Nigeria was on that list. There's some people were fighting the battle that, look, please, do not do that, because of the level of income that we're getting from these countries when it comes to education and other movement, whether they're coming for pleasure or otherwise. And sometimes those arguments seem to make the parliamentarians change their line of debate, and it reflects in the law. So, what's your take?
Well, I think I was listening to Daron earlier this morning on his new book, Remind Me Liberalism. And speaking about the dichotomy that happens when opposition comes into power and the kind of frustrations it creates. Better and more sound when you are on the other side of the divide.
Sure.
And I think that's a challenge that Keir Starmer has to deal with. Because it's easy for you to criticize from the other divide and say, government do this, government do that, government do this. But the reality is dawning on the UK right now, because some of the things that they have been actually advocating and they want to see that the other conservative do is seeming not right now. And everybody now is trying to work hard to see how to drive revenue and ensure that the ordinary British man is having the best of life to live. That said, it's also to tell us that, look, we don't have problem with people coming around. We must try to reinvent our culture. We don't have cultural ties with England, and that we need to strengthen. There is no such ties. We're African people and they are English people. We are trying to also have to reinvent ourselves, but it doesn't stop us from trading. And if they want to trade with us, they should also open doors and not put restrictions on the things that we can take into England. We want to have that conversation, but we are not an inferior culture to the English culture. We have a more superior culture than the English culture. He should also have that in his mind, that is going to meet with people who are also culturally very oriented. We want them to become better African people. We want to serve them good meal. They can eat better food than what they have, because their land can produce what we have in Africa. So that is what is peculiar to us, and that is what we need to trade. So it's not to go back to the era of colonization, where they have to impose things on us, but it has to be a mutual agreement that it's a win-win for both parties. Trade with us, we will trade with you, but don't impose a culture on us that is different from what we are used to. Okay. This, for me, is where those who are going to stand on the table or in that room on behalf of Africa, whether it's Ghanaians or Nigerians or South Africans, that they sit in this room and then, of course, eyeball to eyeball, and then she'll be able to tell to Mr. Khan, yes, it's nice doing business with you.
Great. So, Olumide.
So, I think Doc and Priya have said, Souq have said a whole lot. Why is he coming here? What is the economic benefit of him coming here? Let's not forget that him coming here is also taxpayers' money. I mean, all these travels he's doing is taxpayers' money. And critics have also argued that there are some pressing issues at home that he is also ignoring. Is this actually a political move that is just good for his political image? What is he actually bringing? Just like Doc said, we contribute to their IGR via their workforce and education. And yet they said they want to reduce this, they want to do this and that. So I hope that what he's coming with is something that is actually going to benefit us, because right now we should also be focusing on our own resources. We should be trading amongst ourselves. We should rely less on the Western world. I hope it's not coming with some juicy grant and, but well, fingers crossed.
All right. So now, in wrapping up, I'm just going to take our last words, and I'm starting from Choose.
Okay, for Mr. Khan, you were quiet for a while after your election, and well, it's nice hearing from you again. We welcome you. Lagos, very hospitable. When you're going, make sure you test some fufu and our beautiful suya, and give us some good news on how much you see Nigerians contributing to your economy, and let's see that reciprocity coming down this way. Let's be appreciated. We are tired and we've outgrown people talking over our heads. That generation is past.
Okay, so you can sign out. Right?
So yes, you said I should sign out. Yeah. So I would do. We're going to do this again on Monday, remember. And it's always beautiful being on SBL. But above all things, love your neighbor as your friend.
Okay. Doc.
Nigeria is our only country. We don't have anyone anywhere. and this requires every one of us, whether it's the elite or the downtrodden, we have a responsibility to build a country that works. Nobody will help us build our reputation and image except we build it ourselves. So we are not waiting for any foreigner to come and help us look good. We have to look good in the face of the foreigner that is coming. And when you come, we can talk as man to man and not slave to master. And I think this is what those who represent Africa must put in their head, that we are not inferior to any race, and we are very proud people. And then we like to entertain people, we like to make people happy, but not taking advantage of us. Africans have that responsibility to build a continent that become the bride, not of Kai alone. We want to see many Britons come to Nigeria. We want to see Americans come to Nigeria to come and spend their money and enjoy the best of life. And that is what we plead for. See you next week on this same spot. But follow us on social media handles where we can continue the conversations and have interaction going.
Great. Olumide.
All right, I think one of the things we need to also realize as Africans is, why are they all coming into Africa? Why are they all coming to Africa to do business? It means we have something that they actually want. But they come with, gifts and packages that make us feel like, oh, the gifts are actually better than what we are giving them. We need to start changing the narrative and, from our own perspective, be able to negotiate well. We have the negotiating power. We have the resources. So I hope he's coming into Africa, he's coming to Nigeria, wherever he's coming to, he's going back, or he's bringing business opportunities that would also enlarge African economies. I'm not saying we should also depend on these Westerners. I'm saying that, yes, let's be able to negotiate better from our own resources, from what we have, from what we can actually give. I'm Olumide Shokoya. Let's do this again next week.
Great. And from this angle, since Bill Clinton, it looks like no American president have been to the shores of Nigeria. Obama came in, and he didn't come to Nigeria, though he went to Kenya. And there's no, probably if Donald Trump could break that gene, well, you may ask, what's the benefit if he comes? Is he going to raise, the capital market is going to go to another level or something? I'll leave that as food for your thoughts this afternoon on Souq Business Landscape. Many thanks for watching. We bring it to you live again come next week. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Thank you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street, Balinde. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off as a materials Catholic primary school on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. I'm from Holy Cross for 1 year. I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group, because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program, and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor. at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Linters." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. And I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through, and that was it. I got onto the board, and somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN, and they approached me and said, "You are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board." I said, "Me?" And they said, "Yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me?" Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the oddities, odd world. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a tell them, give them all the facts and figures. Okay. They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay? So the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba and Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then Like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps, and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's is very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay? And then, of course, I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, you know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souqnews TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souqnews News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television. My name is Adeyemo Koforola. First, the headlines. Nigeria's growth tied to sub-national business reforms. Nigeria breaks record running 2 budgets at once. Senate begins review of constitution with bold reforms. Zimbabwe gold exports increased by 24%. And lastly, on the headlines, Trump secures $3.4 trillion victory on fiscal package. Now, the news in details. Nigeria has come under renewed scrutiny for what analysts are calling budgetary absurdity, as the 2024 capital budget continues to run alongside the proposed 2025 budget. This mirrors last year's scenario where 3 budgets were simultaneously active. Lawmakers argue that the overlap stems from delayed fund disbursement and fiscal constraints, but critics see it as poor planning and weak accountability. Observers warn that this parallel budgeting practice erodes transparency and public trust. Many say it reflects deeper governance dysfunction, especially as the National Assembly has yet to probe the 9.9 trillion naira capital spendings for 2024. Critics have dubbed Nigeria the capital of absurditarianism, citing a pattern of irregular governance from controversial court rulings to questionable political appointments. They argue that the country risks institutionalizing confusion in its fiscal management without urgent reforms. Nigeria's economy continued to show resilience despite global headwinds from post-pandemic fallout to climate and geopolitical shocks. But experts warn that this growth hasn't translated into improved living standards, largely due to a tough business climate, with over 39 million MSMEs accounting for 90% of jobs. Unlocking ease of doing business is critical to broad-based prosperity. Subnational progress remains uneven. Lagos and Kaduna lead in digitizing services. Rivers and Anambra have improved tax systems, while Ogun and Akwa Ibom focus on infrastructure and energy access. Abuja and Enugu are enhancing credit access to SMEs. Experts say deeper reforms in regulating infrastructure and finance are essential to tap Nigeria's full economic potential. Without targeted state-level support, inclusive growth, and sustained investor confidence may remain out of reach. Nigeria's Senate has commenced a public hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution in Lagos on Friday. Today, focusing on major reforms, proposals such as the creation of state police, more local government areas, and independent candidacy. Held at Watercrest Hotel in Ikeja, the Southwest session is part of a nationwide effort to gather citizens' input on governance, security, and electoral structure. The Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, said the hearing offers Nigerians a platform to influence long-term national development. Key proposals include allowing states to establish their own security agencies, transferring control of interstate waterways and labor to both federal and state authorities, and reducing the time for budget approvals. Other areas include new state creation, a revised revenue sharing formula, and recognition of the Federal Capital Territory as a sub-national entity. Feedback from the hearings will form part of constitutional amendments to be debated by the National Assembly. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring more news from the business across Africa.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039-2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Zimbabwe's gold exports have surged up to 24% in the first 5 months of 2025, reaching $748 million, up from $599 million in the same period last year. The Reserve Bank attributes the jump to rising global gold prices and increased output from small-scale miners. Monthly data shows record-breaking export volumes in March and April, putting the country on track to exceed its 2024 total of $1.5 billion. While May saw a slight up, overall performance remains strong and steady. Analysts say reform in artisanal mining continued global demand, driven up by geopolitical uncertainty, are key contributors. If Zimbabwe scales up production efficiently, it could unlock higher export revenues in the months ahead. Angola has increased the price of diesel by 1/3. The second hike this year as part of efforts to gradually phase out fuel subsidies and reduce pressure on public finances. Starting Friday, the diesel price moves from 300 to 400 kwazants per litre. This adjustment comes as the country faces nearly $9 billion in external debt repayment in 2025, including a euro bond due in November. While petrol and liquefied gases remain unchanged, officials say the fuel subsidy bill reached 4% of the nation's GDP last year. The government says more cuts will be rolled out in phases. Ethiopia has signed $1 billion deal with the World Bank to support its ongoing economic reform program. According to the country's finance ministry, the fund will come in the form of a consensual loan and grant. The money is expected to help stabilize the financial sector, improve trade competitiveness, and enhance the domestic revenue generation. This comes just days after the International Monetary Fund approved another review of Ethiopia's $3.4 billion loan programs, unlocking over $260 million in new funding to strengthen the foreign exchange systems and promote transparency in public finance. Indonesia has proposed to increase purchase of United States aircraft and with as part of negotiations to lower trade tariffs between both countries. According to Indonesia's coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Atalanga Atarto, National Carrier Garuda Indonesia may buy up to 75 aircraft from Boeing, while Indofood, a major noodle producer, is expected to boost with imports from the United States. In return, Jakarta seeks preferential U.S. tariff on key Indonesian exports such as electronics, textile, and footwear. The Southeast Asian nation has also opened doors for American investment in its mineral sector, offering access to resources like copper, nickel, and bauxite. Talks exclude military agreements and are focused solely on trade and economic operations. We'll take another break, more global business and policy matters after this. Stay with us. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is set to visit Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa this July in a historic trade mission aimed at strengthening cultural ties and boosting business between London and Africa. The 5-day visit will take Khan and a delegation of London businesses to Lagos, Accra, Johannesburg, and Cape Town under the Grow London program. According to Khan, Africa's fast-growing population, expanding tech hubs, and business potential make it a key partner for future investment and collaboration with the United Kingdom's capital. The announcement came during his visit to the Flygerian, a Nigerian restaurant in Peckham, where he interacted with diaspora entrepreneurs. While the move has been welcomed by the African community in London, it also drew criticism and political opponents who accused him of neglecting local responsibilities, including a key vote on Oxford Street redevelopment. Despite this, Khan has emphasized the importance of celebrating African contributors to London and building bridges that benefit both regions economically and culturally. President Donald Trump has won a major political and economic battle as the United States House of Assembly narrowly passed a $3.4 trillion fiscal package aimed at cutting taxes, reversing President Joe Biden's clean energy policies, and slashing spending on social programs. The bill passed a 218 to 214 vote after intense lobbying and last-minute persuasion of reluctant Republican lawmakers, just in time for Trump's July 4th deadline. The legislation, which adds $4.5 trillion in tax cuts permanently, extending Trump's 2017 tax reductions, and includes new benefits for families, the elderly, and service workers. It phases out clean energy tax breaks, eliminates electric vehicle incentives, and impose deep cuts on media and food. Though it raises its national debt, the package delays spending cuts while boosting military investment and increasing the state tax deduction cap temporarily to $40,000. The United States investors are closely monitoring trade talks as a key tariff suspension deadline approaches next week, with many hoping for a resolution that avoids higher import levies. The stock market has rallied sharply to 26% since April, fueled mainly by retail traders and corporate share buybacks, while institutional investors remain cautious amid global uncertainty and tight Federal Reserve policies. With President Donald Trump striking a limited deal with Vietnam and ongoing talks with India and Japan, analysts say avoiding a tariff escalation could calm near-term market volatility despite economic risk and stretched valuations. July historically yields strong gains, and upcoming inflation data and company earnings will be crucial in guiding investor settlement. And in sports, newly promoted English Premier League club Burnley have joined the race to sign Nigeria's Tolu Arokokade from Belgian side Genk in a deal that could be worth €25 million. The 24-year-old striker, who scored 23 goals across all competitions last season and won the Belgian League Ebony Booth Award, has become a top transfer target for several European clubs. While Burnley sees Arokokade as the ideal centre-forward addition, they face competition from Fulham, Manchester United, and AC Milan. Genk holding out for £25 million, but Burnley are hopeful for a lower fee before the transfer window closes. Arokokade, lifelong Manchester United fan, has said a move to England would fulfill a childhood dream. And that's a wrap on the world news for today. For more updates, follow us across all social media platforms at Souqnews TV. I am Adeyemo Koforola. Thank you for watching and do have a wonderful day.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity. which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having that 3/1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have one or two issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because You need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. Try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and the United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, He also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in City College from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take Two, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he's a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he's a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He's also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's vice president. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious.
Welcome to your regular Friday beat. This is that time where we go all out for sports. We've missed you, and we know you've missed us too. This is Souq Sports, and it's Friday, very good rainy Friday, cool and calm. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and this is Souq News. Remember, you can follow us on all our social media channels. Just go to any one of them and search out Souq TV, Souqnews TV. Follow us, we'll follow you back. Tweet at us, we'll reply. Send us a message and we will be in that DM and getting back to you. We always want you to be part of this conversation and part of this beautiful family. So go there, follow us, and we will do likewise. I'm not here alone to start us on all about sports, what we've missed, what we are looking forward to, and where we'll be heading to. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you know how to do it here. I still have one of those. He's ineligible right now. He still is very, very bad benched bachelor. Yes, and he's eligible. So, join me as I welcome for the second time. You see more of his face, regular on this particular side of the divide. Chike Okolo, how are you doing?
Hello, it's always great to be here. I'm always going to be with Souq. So, Souq, you look great today. Any changes?
I like that. Well, I'm trying to catch up with the Jay-Z's, so hey, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm still trying.
Don't worry, we'll get there. Even me, I'm actually struggling to get there. I'm not a Jay-Z.
Oh, man.
So,
if you believe that, you believe everything. Yes, we'll take you from, you heard me, down to, you heard me. Then now, a whole lot of issues happened yesterday. Things we cried over, and we'll also get there, but we'll start your day in a very moody side. But hey, let's tell you what's happening. With F1, Max Verstappen, a whole lot of people have asked, is he going to move? Is he going to stay? Where is his future? What exactly is happening? What is his name? The former champion in Mercedes opened the doors, and people have been speculating all around. Now, he's saying that it would be amazing. He will prefer to spend an entire career with Red Bull. Is it possible? We don't know. But that would be one of the major highlights he wants. Now, we've had a whole lot of interest from Mercedes, to be precise. The team are also speculating that Max Verstappen will move, maybe at the end of the season. We heard that last season. Now, he is saying that he will want to stay in Red Bull all through, but is it possible? He still wants to achieve that particular amazing feat of spending an entire career in one team. For Russell had issues, and he's been saying my contract has not been renewed, or we are still battling with the contract. Spending his career in F1, well, for Russell is still there. But do you think he is going to move from Red Bull?
Well, I feel he's actually made his choice already. He's publicly said that he doesn't want to move, that he's actually happy where he is. And the fact that Mercedes is a very huge brand is coming for him and all that, and he's still saying he wants to stay. I feel he's already made up his mind.
We've seen and heard this happen several times. Earlier on, Hamilton pushed this off as a rumor. But after several seasons, he's gone. He left Mercedes. Nobody saw it coming earlier on. So do you think Verstappen is going to toe same line?
Well, from what he said already, like I said, he's made up his mind, but
he wants to stay.
Yeah, he wants to stay, but
or he's just trying to keep the media away.
Well, we never know. Like, we can't really see what goes behind the scenes when you're making these kind of decisions. But we'll take his word for it for now. He says he wants to stay. We will only assume that he will stay. If he ends up leaving, I guess we'll actually give his excuse of why he changed his mind.
Excuse why he changed his mind. Now, the Dutchman's future has dominated the build-up to this weekend's British Grand Prix. Now, this came after George Russell, the Mercedes driver, said last week in Austria, to be precise, that His own contract extension has been held up by the Silver Arrows pursuit of Verstappen. Now we're looking for who exactly are we going to believe, who are we going to tell this story. We'll just keep our fingers crossed and keep watching.
Yeah, we will. We'll just see, we'll see what he decides, like I said.
What he decides. Let's get you straight to boxing. These are exciting times. That particular game where somebody has to beat somebody and beat the person well. Now, for those wondering, Tyson Fury, earlier on, he said he's not going to go for the third fight.
Boy,
but now, he's back. He's saying he's back, and we are looking forward to a third fight with Usyk. Tyson said he will fight Alexander Usyk in the third fight showdown, and he wants that fight to happen in Wembley Stadium.
Oh, there he's calling the shots that he actually wants to where and where. So clearly, this is a fight for the ages. Third round 3. We'll see who actually goes on. I think Fury has just a few years left in him to actually go a good fight.
Do you think he can beat Usyk?
Usyk is a very tough customer. You use that word. I don't see Fury's chances, but I feel you actually put up a good fight at least.
Going by the second fight, do you ever think Fury can beat that guy?
Well, I'm an optimist.
You are an optimist?
I'm an optimist. Who knows? He might actually beat but I see it's very unlikely that Fury will win, but he's the one that actually ginger to have this fight.
Of course, yes. You can ginger to have the fight because of several things. It could be clout. It could be followership. And ultimately, it could be money. Because we are talking about millions in tens of it. So it's possible it could be these other things. But if you recall, let's just do a total recall of what happened in the second fight. It was the referee that saved...
Wow, it was brutal.
He saved his life. Not that he saved his life. Maybe by now he would have retired after that ring.
Yeah, but he's still coming back for more. I mean, he wants to actually redeem himself from that fight. That's why he's calling this one.
He's not only calling that. He's also looking forward to a fight with Anthony.
Wow.
AJ. Do you think Anthony still have it in him?
Sure. Like, I can't actually say for sure for that one. But this fight with him and Usyk, God help him, I actually go through this. But it's a fight, who knows? I just come out, I just be lucky. Like I said, I'm an optimist. But I don't see.
Okay. We are looking forward. April, they say. Wembley Stadium, they say. Now, a lot of this is coming out. He's 36. Well, he still got some good fights in him. After all, Pacquiao is still fighting at 40-something. So, April 18th, let's keep our fingers crossed. Now, there is other fight that a lot of people touted, money box makers were thinking it was going to happen, but it never happened. But they still want to fight. Well, one side still wants to fight. We're talking about no other but Dillian White. He is still looking at the brass bomber, Deontay Wilder, and said, I am going to fight you. I am going to knock you out.
Yeah, he said that with irritation and anger. Like, guy, I'm going to knock you out. I don't like doing back and forth talk. Like, let's get it on, and I'll do my fist in the ring. I'll do my talking in the ring. That's basically what he's just telling us right now.
Okay. Well, for those, Deontay just won his last fight, though. That was after a long time. He beat the guy in 6th round. But for Dillian White, well, I think we need to see this fight. We need to see this fight happen. So for box makers, give us our excitement. Let's get to see this fight happen.
Let's go.
Let's go straight to sports business. Let's push up some numbers. Formula E, that they had a very good season 2 seasons ago. That was season 9. But for season 10, things are not smiling up. They've insisted that everything is good and the growth is in full gear, but unfortunately, they are losing money. Unwavering support from shareholders after posting a loss of 78.3 million euros. That's for this 23-24 season. Do you see, what exactly do you think is happening? Is it management? Is it branding? Or are people just looking to go for Formula 1 and saying, find your beat?
Well, I think it might be all of the above, in this sense. Well, it's a lot of money to actually lose. Like, to actually lose at this point, but you don't actually know what's going on behind the scenes in this one.
Okay, we want to see more streaming of Formula E. We want to see more brands get involved. I want to see them do well, because if we say environment is the future, then Formula E should also be a force. It should be a force to reckon with. Now, for those that are in the know, Toyota, they've unveiled as the new 100 sleeve sponsor. Now we're talking sponsorship. People are finding platforms and making it count for them. They've been unveiled as the new sleeve sponsor for the 100, expanding on front of shared deal for the England men's and women national cricket teams. Congratulations to them.
Big congratulations. The big sponsor that will be both beneficial to both parties.
Okay, both beneficial to both parties. It's all about visibility. Don't go anywhere. We're going on a very short break, and Souq Sports will be right back. Stay there.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marseille Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Welcome back. This is still Souq Sports, and we're live. Souq News, the best and only place to be this time of the day. Now, let's still get back to sponsorship. Now, Spanish banking group Ibakeja, they've agreed a 10-year naming right. This is for stadium. We've talked about this several times on this show. 10-year naming right deal for both temporary revamped homes of Real Zaragoza. So the Real Zaragoza Stadium right now is going after the name of a bank. That is what you are going to see on it for 10 good years. Wow. This is money. Huge money. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring you the full details of that and how much they will be paying. Let's also get to tell you something you're wondering. Now, NOS, the Netherlands Public Service Media Group, the Netherlands Public Service Media Group broadcaster, they have considered it will be forced to sell off a portion of their rights. That's the 2026 FIFA World Cup right package due to budget constraint. Wow. Well, on one side, I would say it's business. Now, if they have to sell the rights, somebody somewhere, another company will get involved, get to pay. No, not the whole, just part of it.
Well, but it says that it's actually a whole rights are actually selling.
No, they're not. They will sell a part of it. They will sell a part of it.
Well, it's still good. They still have a part. Like, I feel that the rights that they actually have, even part of it is worth like millions and millions of dollars.
Definitely.
So it's still not a complete loss just yet, even though they actually have to give out part of it.
Yes. Now, for me, I see it this way: the more, the merrier. You just shouldn't have the full rights to these competitions. Then now break on your own terms to whoever subsidiary you want to move to. But if, okay, due to budget constraints, somebody has to bring in money to make things work. So share.
That's fair enough, yeah.
We share the profit.
We share.
It's not a loss. Everything is possible. Now, for those that are wondering, we'll go straight to the NBA. This is where we talk money. Now, for those that are still not in the know, for 2024-2025 season, NBA just wrapped up its accounting. And this particular season, they expect basketball-related income, that's the BRI, at 10.25 billion. Now, when I mention this kind of figures, people think we are talking about the budget of some countries in Africa. No. This is sports. This is sports money, and this is just the NBA. And this is only basketball-related income, not the entire franchise, not 10% of the franchise. So you see, when we talk about there is money in sports, you wouldn't understand. This is where we are. And this particular key number is for players. Now, for the 2024-2025 season, they have to hold on to 10% of what was accruing to players. Yes.
All the billions.
Yes, you saw the figures. You saw the figures there. Now, it's not like they are taking it away, but it has to be in the escrow account, and over time, to now be paid. So, for those that have to forgo, about 480 million is getting into that escrow account, and that is coming from players, from NBA players. It's a fund. It's kept there. It's your money. You can't have the entire money.
What actually got me that 10% figure that you mentioned? Just 10%.
10% of. Now, for players like this guy that throws ball, like he sleeps with it. So imagine when a player is earning well above, last year he made about 55 point something million. So 10% of that, instead of paying all out, just 10% of that into an escrow account. So Africa, we will not stop talking about this. There is a whole lot to gain. Steph Curry gets part of, he is the highest earner. He earned highest in NBA last season.
55 points.
And 55.8 million, yes. And he also made, and that is just from payment, club payment, not endorsements, not any other things.
Yeah, if you go into that, you'll be here for a while.
For that particular one, he made well over $100 million. But nobody's going to touch that, not even me. No matter how I think about it. Now, for every of these major players, just 10% is going to the escrow account from clubs. Now, they do 20%, clubs do 80%. So you see why they take this serious. Why we should also take this serious. It took a long time for them to be able to grow to this particular fit where they are. And we are also reporting this as a regular
wake-up call.
This has gone beyond wake-up call. This has gone beyond wake-up
call.
Yeah,
because like you just have to just level up in the basketball field. Like football is the major thing in Nigeria. Other sports are not really blossoming like football. But basketball, people actually watch basketball. People play basketball in this country. So it's time to actually go international. Or we go as far as we can to actually even try at least to get quarter of this level that we are seeing here. Like, we're costing billions, not even millions.
We don't want quarter of that level.
If you can get there.
The football that is the mainstay here, if I follow your chain of thought, how much of a business is it here in Nigeria?
Fortunately,
these are things we should be talking about. How can we turn this particular football of ours into a viable business where people can invest and really make money? How can we get people outside this climb to want to watch it? How can we sell the rights? I don't know if you understand. In the last 4 or 5 years, it's been rights. This is not something that is tangible. Most of them is ability to view, ability to sell.
Yeah, and I feel to actually view, it all starts from the teams, the clubs itself. Like, Yes, like unfortunately, a lot of Nigerians watch the things like NFL, NPL, and well, it's not actually gone global like the likes of the Premier League and all the other European competitions. We are not actually there yet. We are still very local. So, for us to actually get there, we need to actually look at the grassroots, look at ourselves in the clubs itself. What can you do to actually get people entertained, to actually want to watch the MPFL?
Grow the interest. Grow the interest. And take these clubs off government hands. It's not a political tool. Yes, we'll move on and tell ourselves some basic thing why we see the monies being made in total in NBA. Hey guys, congratulations. Now imagine if they did that in 2024-25, what is going to happen in 2025-2026? That's a big one. That's a very big one. Now let's get to tennis. We're all talking about money. Now I have to just hit back and tell myself, oh gosh, what happened to racket when I was growing up?
We like to play sports. We are basically having football on our feet. We need to think about how we're holding a racket.
Now let's get to tennis. Now let's see prize money. Which player earned the most as of right now, 2025, from 2024 to June 2025? Who comes to your mind?
Well, if you know Andy Murray, that's the first person, the most popular one, but
go again. I forgive you.
Oh, maybe there's also Carlos Alcaraz.
Now you're talking. Now, for those that are wondering, Alcaraz is the leader when it comes to prize money till date from 2024 last season to this particular day we're talking about. He has earned 7.42 million from the court alone. Not sponsorship, not brand rights, just from the court. Now, he won through June 27 of this year. The Spanish handsome guy has won 2 clay court masters, 1,000 tournaments in Monte Carlo and in Rome, banking more than 1 million at each of these events. Where he followed that with the French Open title. He made 2.9 million and he's only 22 years old.
Oh, wow. Well, the young.
I want to ask you a question, but my mind is telling me don't go there. Don't go there. Like, we all here, what were we doing when we were 22?
I don't know, I've already actually decided my child will go into sports. It doesn't matter which one it is. And it's going to be fully funded once it just shows that interest.
Well,
because look at the money you're actually seeing here.
Okay. Now, Alcaraz is already 7th all-time ATP career prize money winner. 44 million at 22. This is just on the court winnings, not sponsorship like we're saying, not brand endorsement, not any other kind of business outside the court, just on the court winning. Then the second person is Arina Zabalenka. She ran second with 5.98 million on the court winning. Then the third person is our very own Coco Gauff. She came third with 5.56 million.
Wow.
My happiness is with her is
if you notice, like the difference is not even that much between the first, second, and third.
Of course, yes. Prize money is the same. There's nothing like if the lady win, the man win, it's the same money. Nobody's winning. Nobody's.
You can just imagine the amount of money these kind of competitions actually gain every year to be able to pay just the players that kind of amount.
And for tennis, you know, they play week. When they're done this week, they're playing in another country. 2 weeks playing.
Like I said, it all goes back to what I was saying. The sponsorship of all these kind of games. And the traveling, the investors, all these things actually add up and come into play to actually be able to actually afford all these big figures that all these players are earning.
Okay, then don't also forget the media rights. A whole lot of money is coming from the media rights. Now, for those that are wondering, your man, Trump, yes, you know, you know it. Yes, that very Trump you're talking about. He is, yes, that very Trump. He is looking forward to hosting UFC. Yeah, that particular game where people beat up people thanks to Dana White. He wants to bring UFC to the White House. He's speaking at an event in Iowa Friday night. He said that he was hoping to host an event from the Miss Martial Arts promotion on the grounds of the White House as part of plans
Only
to
Trump will actually come up with this. Which president in history actually think of putting two grown men inside the back of his field to beat each other up?
Well, they are marking America's 250th anniversary, and he sees a special event in bringing
UFC,
Dana White, and Miss Martial Arts to the front lawn of the White House.
I said, only President Trump would think of that. No, but it's actually a very interesting thought when you even think about it. UFC is a big brand, and it's also going to be a big brand for Dana White, big opportunity to actually have his fight in the White House itself. Man, that was big advertisement and big viewership.
I'm just wondering, what exactly is Trump saying? Who is he passing this message across to? Like, I'm gonna try me as
I'm gonna I can only imagine him saying it as you're actually saying that in India.
Okay, it's going to be nice. Now, for all of our national parks, battlefield, and historic sites are going to have special events. That's the president talking about in honor of America's 250th anniversary. And they're also thinking of bringing the UFC fight to the White House. That's what Trump was telling the crowd in Iowa. Well, is it going to happen? We don't know. We just keep our fingers crossed.
Some people actually do, other presidents do concerts in their backyard. He does a fight.
I know this is, one thing I like about this is strict business.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, there's a lot of viewership and advertisements for this kind of thing.
Of course, yes. And TKO is a billion-dollar company.
Yeah.
Right now, they have the UFC. They have
the WWE.
WWE. They have one other one. There are three of them. So imagine where they are heading to with this. If this happens,
yeah, might as well lump WWE in it. Made them actually host one of their pay-per-views by the White House. Maybe a WrestleMania or something. That's even more money as well. Yeah, I dare to President Trump if he's watching this.
Lip sealed. Let's get to football. Yesterday, Thursday, was a sad one for every football lover. And let's start with Nigeria. Yesterday, Nigeria, we were thrown into mourning Thursday morning following the death of former Super Eagles keeper and 1994 AFCON winner, Peter Rufai. The great Peter Rufai. He died at 61. Our words, our kind words, our prayers are with his family at this time.
Yeah, it was a very Black Friday Thursday.
I will pray his soul rest in peace. He's someone that you can't miss him.
No, you can't. He did a lot for the Nigerian national team. Of course, that iconic win in the African Cup of Nations, 1994. He was a key part of that game, and it's goodbye to a legend. Adieu.
Yeah, and he was also, even after his career, he was also there in sports development and helping younger players, and also in management. We'll definitely miss him. What we are just looking for is that we want to see a case where Nigeria will start immortalizing her own, and not just let the names life follow.
Yes, like there are so many ways to do that. So we can actually build a statue or name a stadium after him. So many ways to actually idolize our legends, our icons who have actually made a huge difference in influencing young people to even go into football in Nigeria.
Yeah, our hearts go out to the family, and we pray you have the strength, and you have the strength to bear this loss. Yesterday, same news also filtered.
Yeah, it's very sad.
We were thinking it was a joke, and different outlets now started showing it. Then we saw the gory pictures. And that is Diego Jota. Yesterday, he was involved in an accident with his brother, Andre, and both died in Spain.
Yeah, that was really shocking.
Very sad one, too.
It was very shocking, lots of nowhere.
That was a sad one. The young man was just 28, going to 29. The younger brother was 26. Wow. So to Liverpool fans, to his family, we pray you have all sort of comfort and strength to bear this loss.
I understand that it's actually going to be a moment of silence during the Euros, and of course the Premier League when it resumes, that will pay honor to Diogo Jota. And also news that the number 20 shirt in Liverpool will be retired.
Okay.
To immortalize him.
Okay. We just wish that everybody out there will just be safe. These few days of holidays to players, please be safe. Management also rally around them and please keep them safe. There's a whole lot of excitement being free from work and a whole lot of pressure also trying to manage that. That's that, and we just want to see you back doing what you love and we cheering you on. To his family, to the club, our hearts goes out to you. Let's get to what's happening in transfers. Birmingham have signed Osai Samuel. That's from Fenerbahce.
Oh.
Yes, Birmingham City, they've signed Nigerian international fullback Bright Osai Samuel on a 3-year deal. Birmingham. Following the conclusion of his contract at Fenerbahce, he's 27, you know, and he moves to St. Andrews after making 178 appearances in 4.5 years for the side, now coached by Jose Mourinho, following his move from Queen's Park Rangers in January 2021.
I don't know why I can't shake off the feeling that him leaving might be a case of Jose Mourinho. That maybe Mourinho was not in Mourinho's plans and that's why he was actually moved on. I don't know, of course I don't know for certain, but I don't have that feeling.
Well, but where he's going to, he's not. Do you think he's going to do badly?
Oh, I can't say much about the player. I don't really know much about him. But Newcastle, they have actually been consistent for the past 3 to 4 seasons. And if they see potential in him and I'm willing to spend that much on him, then
Birmingham.
There's potential. Sorry, Birmingham. Excuse me. Birmingham, like, well, I don't know in the Premier League next season, are they?
Okay. That we'll get to talk about. Now, this is another thing we're talking about the transfer market. Arsenal. This Arsenal. How is Arsenal attackers' pursuit happening? This promised to be a summer that will bring an injection to the attacking flair into the Arsenal squad. We've had this season after season.
It has really been sung.
After season.
It has been sung.
And as I'm speaking to you right now, the man in charge of making sure that you get to see us is shouting in my ear, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Godson, we are listening to you. Now, this particular Arsenal squad, so far, however, it has yielded the arrival. No, that is for this particular transfer season. Well, Kepa has come. The concrete moves have been made. Well, we've also seen Martin
Zubimendi announced.
Need to be announced. We've seen Christian Nogard. And talks over signing centre-back Christian, that is from Valencia. What are they talking about attackers?
At this point, all I can say is that they just have to be, fans have to be patient.
Patient for how many seasons?
No, like this season. We've been promised in the previous season that they're going to make a lot of sign an attacker. You haven't seen. But like I said, I've said this several times, this is Arteta's season to actually prove himself. He has been given 3 years, and yes, it's an improved Arsenal, but this is the decisive season that if he doesn't win a trophy or the Premier League, he might be shown the door. So the attackers, we are waiting for who those guys are.
You need an attacker or a prolific attacker?
Prolific. Okay, let me emphasize prolific. Now, there are rumors about Gyökeres and Sesko. Right now, we don't know them. So many rumors flying around, I can't even say which is true. So maybe there's still hope that we'll actually buy at least one striker, prolific striker that is needed to score that 20-plus goals that we lacked last season.
You call it hope?
Yeah, it's hope and faith.
Hope.
Yeah, you've lasted 10, 20 years hoping for Arsenal. What was one more?
Okay. Now, still on that hope. This other club where we are heading to, Chelsea have hijacked, bought, and settled with João Pedro. Now, the question is, how many forwards is Chelsea going to buy?
Honestly, I don't know their tactic at this point.
Okay.
Chelsea is an open market. Anybody you see, you buy. I understand.
João Pedro has become the 18th, let me say it again, 18th forward to sign for Chelsea in just 3 years.
Just take all the Premier League strikers if you want. Like, really, at this point, 18.
Under their current owner. Now, he joins from Brighton in a deal worth £60 million, taking their total spending on attackers in that period to £560 million.
Are you kidding me? Really? Or just on attackers?
No, this side you say, are you kidding me? Because right now, it has gone beyond kidding me.
Chelsea fans, I hope you actually try something next season with all this money you've spent. Although they're actually very noisy people and they keep on...
Well, on that, you're on your own. Now, the 23-year-old, he went straight from being signed and went straight to the squad at the Club World Cup quarterfinals. That's where he's heading to.
Yeah, which is tomorrow.
On Saturday. Typically for a Blues signing, João Pedro has signed a long-term contract. This is what we see them do season in, season out.
And it hasn't paid that much.
8 years. And after signing the person for 8 years, you now look for you to offload him after 2 seasons.
Or just keep him and leave him on the bench. They've actually done it to so many players already. Why stop now?
Now we
fans,
we really don't know what's happening. But the rate at which they've started buying this season again is something we need to really investigate and ask questions. They had over 30 players some 2 seasons ago.
Oh wow!
They had to start looking for how to offload, but it's all good.
And there are actually one of people that are under this financial fair play. Like I understand how they are not mentioned. Manchester City are really facing theirs.
But for Chelsea, remember, is they sell more and they buy more too.
Okay, so they balance themselves.
They try to balance the book. It's when your books start falling short, there's a problem. I'm not talking for Chelsea though, so if you know how to catch them, please be my guest. Remember, this is Souq News, and we will be in your face every Friday. So hey, get to the social channels: Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, every one of them. Follow us, I will follow you back. Just type in Souq News TV, and we are right there. Talk to us. We want to hear you. My name is Souq John Rogers. Souq, you can follow me on CGUVNOR, that's C Governor, on all social media handles. Let's do this again on Monday, but remember, be nice to that guy you're seeing, be nice to your sister, and hey, just be the best version of you. Chike?
Yeah, I'm Chike Okolo. It was a lovely time being here. Stay safe and have a great weekend ahead. Thank you.
That was very short. Okay, to everyone that has made this particular production possible, to Godson that is shouting in my ear, I see you. Thank you very much. To Gladys that has been the best, thank you very much. To those that made sure we can see and be seen, everybody behind the camera, from Dotsu to Austin
to Bayo beating his chest
to Ayo to I call him Joseph, I call him Abraham, I call him all fathers of faith, and he answers. To God, Gabriel is taking us out later.
Yes,
later today. Gabriel, we see you. We say thank you very much. And to other crew members that we can't mention your name based on security issues. You know yourself. Thank you very much. We'll do this again on Monday. Be nice. Bye.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work and hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specializing in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bua Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bua Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bua Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bua Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bua Foods PLC and Bua Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bua Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.